Just confirming that we have Commissioner Gray on the line.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just turned everything off until.
Okay, there you are. Okay, thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. It's 9:30. Joanne, would you just give me a signal that you're ready to go? Okay, thank you. All right, let's go back on the record, please. We are currently with Duke Witness Oliver on his direct testimonies. Mr. Oliver, I will remind you that you are under oath, and we will begin this morning with questions for Mr. Oliver from the commissioners. And I am going to ask the commissioners again if they have questions for Mr. Oliver, beginning with Commissioner Brown-Bland.
No questions at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Gray?
Yes, I have one question for Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
There you are. You were speaking yesterday about the vulnerability of the cyber programs and so forth, and it's a major concern to me because I believe that EMPs and other activities could create major problems for our grid locally and nationally as well. My question to you is, are you confident that the funds you have allocated to the cybersecurity program for Duke Energy Cyber Protection is enough and appropriate?
I am, for what we know right now. What we know today, what our folks in the cybersecurity department tell us, what the folks in the relay department, and relays are electronic controllers. I feel like what we have makes sense. Now, as far as EMPs, we participate in broad research groups on the effects of electromagnetic pulse, and there are techniques to shield against the effects of electromagnetic pulses that are being tested. When those are a little bit more tried and true and we better understand, and the industry is at a much broader understanding, that may be something we move ahead with. But as of right now, I'm comfortable with what we have in this 3-year plan.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. That's all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clodfelter.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Oliver.
Good morning, Commissioner.
The overnight break has shortened my questions, and I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that. I've been able to find some of the answers myself and defer some of the questions to the witnesses, but I want to ask you a few. In the partial stipulation with the public staff, there is a provision. You don't need to have it in front of you. I'll read it out loud to you. It says the company agrees to assess the cost effectiveness of GIP related projects in an ongoing manner. And I want you to unpack that statement for me and explain what that assessment will entail.
Yes, sir, I'd be glad to. In working with the public staff, we have agreed that we'll put together let's call it a measurement and verification process that we would report on a biannual basis. That would be every 6 months. We're going to report on scope, schedule, budget, and expected benefits. We'll put it in a format that is agreeable to both. And what we talked about is if we find that programs aren't delivering the benefits we expect, or we find that other programs are delivering more, we would agree to reassess and determine should we stop or should we maybe transfer some money into other programs. So I think it's a very logical thing to do. We want to be able to assess as we go forward. We know we can measure the benefits of these programs. And if we see that it's not delivering, it's worth the opportunity to take a look and adjust.
But those evaluation criteria, quantitative and qualitative, have not been established at this point, correct?
No, we're going to work. I agree. We're going to work to establish those. We do know there are several that are pretty straightforward. And an example would be the IBVC program. We're going to measure the effectiveness of that by the voltage reduction achieved at the substation bus. This is a program we have done before. We've done it in Ohio with success. And the measurement and verification that we used in Ohio was voltage reduction at the substation bus. We've talked about that a little bit with the folks at the public staff. We'll talk about it more, but that's a tried and true method of assessing the effectiveness of that program. We've also talked about self-optimizing grid, how we would assess the effectiveness of that. We can measure the direct savings when it comes to the reliability piece of self-optimizing grid. We can measure the CI, which is customer interruption savings, and the customer minutes of interruption savings. We measure that today, and we will be able to do that certainly in the future. So those are pretty straightforward measures that we'll use around benefits, but we also need to make sure we're confident on scope and cost, unit pricing, things like that. So we want to put together a format that works for both. We do this already as part of our ongoing, our own project management processes, but we want to make sure that we work closely with the staff and are reporting out in a way that makes sense for both.
Thank you. That all makes sense, and I appreciate it. It's helpful. Let me tell you where I'm going, though, with the questions I'm trying to explore. Is there will come a point in time when the deferral period ends and you're in on the next general rate case, and the commission has to make a decision whether to put these deferred expenditures into rates. And so at that point, we'll be looking to make a qualitative and quantitative assessment, but we will not have had any criteria to guide us. We'll be going into it at this point without those targets established on the front end. And you and the public staff will report to us that we've achieved this result with the IBVC program. And we'll say that's a good result, but we will not know whether that was good enough result to warrant making a judgment that the expenditures were prudently incurred and therefore should be placed in rates. That's the struggle I'm having with this, is too much of the ship is being built once it's under sail. And my question is, how would it go if you had to establish those target metrics up front?
Yes, sir. I would look directly at the cost benefit analyses that we have provided already today. They're, I believe, in exhibit 7. So we've got cost benefit analyses for IBVC there that has the direct benefits we expect to achieve. We also have the cost benefit analysis that we base the program on for the self-optimizing grid piece. That is there today. We expect to achieve those. I really don't expect any significant changes as we go through. These are the programs we feel confident in, and of course the others. And I would go right to those cost benefit analyses. That is the benefits that we have provided upfront to the commission.
Thank you. I think you're going to get some questions from one of my other colleagues about the cost benefit analysis. So I'll leave that subject and leave them to him. Let me ask you though, and to be clear on what it is that we're being asked to do here with the deferral. Are we being asked to defer a program or a budgeted amount for a program?
You know, that might be a better question for the rates witnesses that we have coming up a little bit later. When Mr. Madison, witness Smith.
That's fair. That's fair. So let me ask the question to you in a different way, because I'm trying to explore. You've got the expert knowledge on this, so let me try to explore it a little bit with you. Suppose you get into one of these programs and you find that the scope needs to be modified, increased, or decreased, and the numbers that we have in your Exhibit 10 of the projected program need to change. How will that work? Are you expecting that the commission will give you an open-ended approval of a program concept in the deferral, or that we'll give you approval for a spend up to a certain level? Which are you expecting?
Well, I have to think about that. I don't know, again, that I'm the right person to answer that question. What I can say, though, is we have a 3-year plan. We have a budget for that 3-year plan that we feel confident in. So, you know, that's what we're going to execute, is the 3-year plan and the 3-year budget. If there are fluctuations, whether up or down on the cost for that, we would have to look at that, make sure the benefits justify fluctuations up or down. But I'm very comfortable with the 3-year plan and the budget that we have in place to achieve that 3-year plan. As far as how, if it goes over or under, that might be a question better for our rates witnesses.
Commissioner Clodfelter, this is Jim Jeffries. I apologize for interrupting. I wanted to note that I think the reason that Mr. Oliver may be having some difficulty responding to your questions directly is that they call for an interpretation of the settlement agreement between the public staff and the companies. And I don't think he's comfortable sort of giving his legal interpretation of what that means. But my understanding is Ms. McManus and Ms. Smith will be happy to discuss those issues.
He's the first witness I have, so he gets the question first. Mr. Oliver, I appreciate your position in this matter, but as I say, I need to understand the programmatic implications of this stipulation if the commission approves it. Okay. As I say, I have a number of questions about cost benefit, but I'll leave those to one of my colleagues. Let me ask you some specific, I'm going to go down to the weeds now a little bit with you. I think I understand from your testimony how the DEP's existing DSDR program is going to morph as a result of the integrated Volt-VAR program, but I want to hear you talk me through it again just to be sure I've got it straight in my head based on reading. So how are you going to adapt the existing DSDR program?
Sure, I'd be glad to talk about that. So the existing program, just maybe for folks that don't know, is a peak shaving program. We deferred, I believe, a peaker back in the 2013 timeframe. Provides approximately 300 megawatts worth of peak shaving, and we use it only during the times of the year when we have system peaks. Now, quite often that is cold winter mornings and very hot summer afternoons. The program's been very effective. However, through our stakeholder engagement process, we heard a lot of input about if we transition that program to a conservation voltage reduction program, which would be lowering voltage full time, or let's say the vast majority of the hours of the year, That would increase benefits for customers because there would be a lot more kilowatt hours saved on the system, and that's just a fact. So we did a quick cost benefit analysis on that. It came out to be very cost effective. So we intend to transition that program to conservation voltage reduction. So the way the system works today, the typical voltage level from this be on the distribution circuits, we operate somewhere between 124 volts to 122 volts on that DEP system throughout the full extent of the distribution feeders. When we have a peak shaving event, the system lowers the voltage. It depends on each circuit and what can it handle, but it typically ranges somewhere between 3.5 and 4% voltage reduction at that time. That's what gives us this peak shaving aspect of it. When we go to conservation voltage reduction, we're going to change that design. We're going to operate the system instead of 124 to 122 from end to end. We'll operate the system what we call in the mid band, somewhere around 120 volts. So there'll be a constant voltage reduction, which, like I said, when you do that, that benefits our customers and benefits our system through reduced kilowatt hour usage, reduced fuel charges, reduced CO2, those type of things. Now, we're going to have to test to see how much peak shaving we still can get. We will have this, we'll change the operation. We'll test to see what that effect has on the peak shaving mode that we use, because we need to know that and understand it, because we still want to leverage the peak shaving operation in DEP. What do you think?
You've come right to the point that, thank you for the explanation.
Sure.
I'm not an electrical engineer, but I think I got it, and actually had gotten it from the paper. So thanks for confirming that. So you've gotten right to my question. In the company filed a status report in June in a different docket on the results of the DSDR program for DEP, and
Yes.
some projected additional capacity savings for future years from the DSDR program. So my question to you is really focuses on exactly the point that you were touching on. Was the forecast in that report that was filed in June, did it contemplate the conversion to the CVR modality? Were those projections of peak shaving savings made in reflection on the assumption that you were going to be converting to the CVR mode?
That is something I'll have to follow up on. I'll
I'd like
that report and check.
If you would do that and report that in a late filed exhibit, because again, if we find, for example, that your conversion of that is going to reduce some of your capacity benefits on the peak shaving side from what they are in the report that was filed, then that, in my view, needs to be part of the cost benefit analysis of the effectiveness of that conversion. So that's an important point in terms of how the program will actually play out. And if you could provide that information in a late filed exhibit, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir. We'll certainly do that, and I agree with you. That is a very important point. The general idea of combining the peak shaving with the conservation voltage reduction is to maximize the benefit for the customers. And we'll start from a lower load point. So we may not get as much peak shaving benefit if you look at it just that way. But again, we're starting from a lower point, so we may not need as much peak shaving benefit. So it's a bit of a complex issue, one that we need to study and do testing on. And we have plans to do just that before we would actually turn that program.
Thank you, and I greatly appreciate that. I think you've gotten the point nailed down. What I'm wanting to be sure about is that in our evaluation of the implementation of the IVVR, that we do a netting of the costs and benefits with the existing operation of the DSDR program. I think you got it, and so I'll leave it there. Staying though with the CVR piece element of the program, I understand that the company expects there will be fuel savings from that. Do you also expect to realize any measurable resource or bulk power systems capacity advantages? And if so, how will you measure those and value those?
Yeah, Subject to check, we need to look at the cost benefit analyses, and we're going to get that opened up here in a few minutes, but we can walk through that. But subject to check, I believe capacity benefits are also included in that CBA, but we're going to take a look at that right now. If that's
Are those resource capacity benefits only, or do those also translate into capacity benefits for the bulk power system?
I'm going to take a look at the CBA and see if I can answer that.
Okay, if there's a place you could, I won't take your time here in Q&A. If there's a page or a reference you can point me to and you'll do that, I'll follow afterwards on that. Okay?
All right, that sounds good. So it would be, so Karen, can you help me here with the page? Okay, so it's our Exhibit 7, and it's the DEP DSDR conversion. It's actually, it looks like it's page 2. Yeah, it's the very first one.
Okay.
Titled North Carolina DSDR to CBR Evaluation, and it's got all the different benefits associated with the cost benefit analyses.
All right. Let's. I won't Q&A you and take up
Okay.
WebEx time on that. I'll take a look at that later. Staying though with the capacity benefits from the program, in your rebuttal testimony, you say that the self-optimizing grid component is going to allow for the deferral of capacity, and I wasn't really clear whether that is generating capacity you were talking about again, or bulk systems transmission capacity, or capacity at the distribution level. Of what really are we deferring? What are we going to be deferring?
Yeah, so we valued in the self-optimizing grid CBA, we valued hosting capacity. Hosting capacity
Okay.
is, and we value that, I think the number, it's about 340 megawatts of additional hosting capacity as we go through and build that system. And typically hosting capacity would be used for, in this case, private DER, like rooftop solar for both residential and.
And that's going to be predominantly distribution system hosting capacity, or will some of it be at the transmission level?
That's largely distribution hosting.
Distribution. Okay. This may be a question you need to defer because again, it's not programmatic, but let me see if you know the answer. In your rebuttal testimony, and I've copied it out here, so I'll read it to you, and that way you don't have to access it. You state, quote, "The company only has a rudimentary ability to quickly shed large blocks of solar generation in emergency conditions to meet standards for real power control." How often does that ability to shed large blocks of solar, how often does that happen today? How often does that occur today?
So that
order magnitude, number of occasions, not precisely.
Yeah, I think we've done that. I'm going to say 5 to 10 times historically. It's somewhere in that range, and it's an issue of available generation not matching the load. It's an over generation situation, so we end up having to curtail the solar fleet.
All right. Well, that's good context, because one of the things that you say in your rebuttal testimony is that the DER dispatch tool is going to provide your system operators with a more refined tool to optimize the management of DERs, rather than what you have now as the rudimentary ability to just do a large block load shed. So my question really, and again, this may not be for you, if it's not, you can pass it on, is do your current power purchase agreements with distributed generators and your interconnection agreements allow you a full ability to use the flexibility from the new DER dispatch tool? Are there any impediments in your interconnection agreements or your power purchase agreements that would give you, or that would impair your ability to fully utilize that tool? Do you know?
Subject to check, I'm going to say we have the ability to curtail. Now there's a certain dispatch order we have to follow.
Right.
And each contract might be a little bit different.
Right.
Subject to check, typically we would have the ability to curtail.
Let me leave the that's great, and I'll accept that answer. Let me leave the question out there. I think your your counsel know that that's something that I would love to know. And so if there's a later witness who's going to come up who could say, oh, by the way, Commissioner Clodfelter, here's exactly the answer to your question, your counsel can bring it forward then. I want you to talk to me a little bit too about the cost benefit analysis for the self-optimizing grid. One of the components in that predicts a $53.4 million additional enablement of distributed generation benefits beginning in year 2028 and then growing thereafter. I want to describe what those benefits are. How is that going to be realized? And how were you able to quantify that?
Yeah, so our engineers that put together the cost benefit analyses take a look at the projected growth in private DER, which typically is rooftop solar, and the value that that brings to the system and the value that the hosting capacity, being able to host that, brings to the system. So they would look at projections of growth, and that's where the 2028 number comes from. That may come quicker than that. It's one of the reasons why we are, looking very closely at the program today. I don't believe we valued it this way, but the other important piece of that is ability for growth in electric vehicles, particularly at the fleet level, which we believe is going to be something very important that's going to happen much sooner than we expect. So it's based on projections of private DER growth and the ability for us to effectively host and leverage that growth.
Well, if I understand you, that's predominantly rooftop solar. It's not utility scale solar. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, utility scale solar is handled differently. Utility scale solar, third-party owned solar, has its own set of rules, its own set of requirements. Typically, third-party owned solar providers pay their interconnection charges. The system has produced in North Carolina some pretty solid effects for us. We are number 2 in the nation for utility scale solar, yet have among the lowest rates also in the nation. That always doesn't go hand in hand. So I think our policies there, although always being worked on for improvement, are pretty solid.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. I'm going to hand you off to one of my colleagues, not continue to filibuster here. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Good morning, Mr. Oliver. How are you this morning?
I'm good, and I hope you are.
I am, thank you. You may not be able to answer these questions, but I'm going to go ahead and ask them so witness McManus and Smith are prepared to answer them later on. So my question is, did you have time last night to check and see if there's any type of cap on the grid improvement program? And specifically the partial stipulation or stipulation of partial settlement on page 10 talks about what the agreement is. And it says that for the following grid improvement plan programs as set forth in Company Witness Oliver's Exhibit 10, limited to the estimated 3-year capital budget period of 2020 through 2022. So the questions are, is there an overall cap for spending? First, do you know the answer to that?
We did have a chance to talk about that last night, and the answer to that question I verified was no. But I will say that we also discussed that Witness McManus and Witness Smith would be much better to talk about the details of that.
Okay. So my next question, it sounds like if there's no cap to the overall program, there'd be no cap to the each specific program, then that follows, correct?
Well, I think that's probably a better question for the rates witnesses. They were a little bit more involved in in those discussions on that settlement agreement. I was a little bit more involved in the program discussions and the engineering side. So it'd be better.
And you mentioned in a previous answer today that when you're doing these biennial assessments, that you may shift money from one program to another program. The next question, what happens if there was a cap? Well, what you're saying there's not a cap. Hold on. If there was a cap, hypothetically, would the spending, once you reach the cap for each program, would the deferral end at that period, and then the cost spent would not be deferred? Do you understand the hypothetical?
I do. Yeah, I totally understand that. And I think I might want to clarify the statement I made before about when we look at the effectiveness of the programs. What we're really looking for is, if the program is not delivering as we expect, do we want to continue with that program? And
so you might end the program at that point.
Yeah, that's one of the things that the public staff, as I discussed with my counterparts on the engineering side, were we understand the programs, but we want to be able to assess and make sure they're doing what we think they're going to do. And that's part of this reporting. So really what that was more about versus, moving programs up and down, was assess the effectiveness and determine, does it make sense to continue? Are you getting the benefits you thought for the cost you thought? That's a better way to think about that. And I hopefully that clarifies that statement. But as far as the individual caps and I think it'd be better to ask the witnesses that are going to follow me. They were much more involved in those parts of the discussions.
Okay, thank you. And then yesterday I thought I heard that it is a 3-year plan. And so this deferral question goes to that as well. In this 3-year plan, let's say that the company does not come back in for another rate case for 5 years. At the end of 3 years, is there a specific end date? And what would happen to the cost after that specific end date? Would they continue to be deferred, or would those costs not be deferred, once that end date occurred and you continue to spend in those specific programs?
So subject to check from the witnesses that are coming on next. My understanding is this is a 3-year program.
Okay. So you're thinking if the companies continued spending, then those costs would not be deferred. So you'd have like a deferred bucket and then a non-deferred bucket.
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the biennial reporting requirements, and how does the company envision the commission's participation in those kind of biennial assessments?
We welcome participation. We need to work together with the public staff to put that reporting package together, and would certainly welcome the commission participating and taking a look and making sure it's meeting the commission's needs also. At the end of the day, we follow the orders of the commission. So I think it's important that y'all have an opportunity to take a look at that and to make sure it meets your needs, just like the company and the public staff.
Okay, thank you. And you received some questions about the establishment of the quantitative as well as qualitative metrics. When do you expect, or do you have an estimated time of when those metrics will be established?
Well, I feel very good about certain aspects already, like we talked about with Commissioner Clodfelter. I know that we can track the reliability, the CI and CI savings that are the CI, customer interrupted, and customer minutes interrupted benefits from self-optimizing grid. I know that we can track the voltage reduction as we implement the IBVC program. We can do that now. Those are things I'm very confident in, and we've done before in other jurisdictions. There are a few other programs. There's one in particular that we have agreed as part of the settlement with the public staff to do a cost benefit analysis for as part of our distribution automation program. I also feel like we'll be able to begin reporting on that almost immediately. The qualitative benefits are a little bit more in the range of ability to leverage and best use the growth in distributed energy resources. And the way I think about this system as we go forward, today our system is essentially a one-way power flow system. It starts at large central generation, goes through transmission lines, go through distribution lines. The wire gets smaller as you go. And it's designed that way, a one-way system. We're moving to a two-way system where, think about today, a typical distribution circuit might serve 2,000 to 2,500 customers in the DEC jurisdiction, for example. It's pretty similar in the DEP jurisdiction. And those numbers won't necessarily change. What will change is how we manage it. Instead of managing it by this individual circuit, we're going to begin managing the system by circuit segments. Those segments will have somewhere around 400 customers or so and about 2 megawatts worth of load. And those segments can be served from either direction. This is the two-way power flow model. Depending on the type of power that's available and when, we may serve from one direction in the morning and a different direction in the afternoon. Depending on the amount of DER in that segment, it may self-serve, which is extremely valuable for us. And it can also potentially export one way or the other. It's hard to value those type of benefits right now. We know it's extremely important. We know it's extremely important to the system balancing equation that we need to do on the distribution system. That's the type of qualitative benefits in my mind that I think about, that I get very excited about. I don't want to talk about it too much more because I can talk about it all day. But those are more of the qualitative. The actual hosting capacity, we can certainly measure that as that comes on board. But as we get more of this two-way power flow model built in, we should be able to start putting some numbers to that qualitative. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you. And then last question on the settlement on page 11. It's just a clarifying question. Do you have that in front of you? Or let me just read it to you. You may not need it. You're talking about the reporting requirements. And number 5 says supporting data and analysis that informed significant changes to the original scope of the self-optimizing grid and the IVVC programs. So the original scope, is that within this rate case versus some, power forward? You're talking about significant changes to the original scope of these two programs. Is that the start date was the filing of this case? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's specific to this 3-year case. And what we meant by that, and this was a result of some very productive discussions with the engineers at the public staff. We did our cost benefit analysis for the IVVC program and self-optimizing grid based on a system level view. That's really how you have to look at it. Now, as we move into the field and hand these programs over to the engineers that are the most familiar with the system in their particular area, they may find ways to improve upon the program. In other words, they may find that we were going to do this substation and this substation for IVVC, but in fact, it would be better because I know I maybe have some other work going on at this station to do this substation and this substation, and maybe make a change. So there are minor scope changes. They're not program changes, but they're scope changes based on experts in the field, frankly, making the program better. I always expected that would happen. I used to be one of those experts in the field, and it was part of my job to look at the programs that would come in and determine, okay, this makes perfect sense and this is how we'll do it, but I recommend we make this change to better leverage the ability that we have at this particular circuit. We want to listen to those experts and take those opinions in. We talked about that with the public staff and they understood it. I think they valued it. So we just want to make sure we know if any significant changes are made. And we agree with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oliver. Chair Mitchell, I have no further questions.
All right, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, yes, I have several. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to follow up on a couple of the questions that you've been answering some of the other commissioners. I hope I don't duplicate it, but I think it just is a follow-up. You've been really passionate, and it's been great to see about the qualitative benefits of the GIP. You know, we've talked a lot about the cash benefit analysis, where some of those qualitative benefits are mentioned, but then you dig deep into with the cost benefit analysis of lots of economic benefits, many of which I would call as they're economic, but they go to the customer. They don't necessarily go to Duke's budget. So in other words, they're non maybe revenue requirement benefits.
Yes.
For example, you know, the CI, and you're saying, you know, so clearly benefits, but not the bottom line. Your late filing in August 5th really helped us, or at least helped me, connect the revenue requirement world with the CBA world. And what I got from that document, if I got it right, and I'm going to lay out some of this, and I fully expect you to tell me that I'm going to have to wait for the answer for some of these, but do your best. That if I'm reading it right, you know, the full deferral, you know, with the assumptions, the accounting assumptions that I won't ask you to go into, are going to lead to, for DEP, starting in 2024, come in for a new rate case with the assumption of $70 million of revenue requirements per year starting in 2024 in DEP, directly attributed to everything we've been talking about. From what I can tell on that document that you submitted, and this was all exhibit, page 1 of the exhibit where we talked about deferral was granted under the settlement terms.
Okay.
So if you recall, there was different scenarios, and I think you were saying that was really going to be useful, and I agree. That was for me the useful scenario. So that's the one I focused on. The DEC numbers for revenue requirement impact was 127 million. So if you combine the two, close to 200 million of new revenue requirements per year that this deferral could lead to. So my question is, with all of the discussion of benefits, and I bring you back to what I thought was, really, a strong summary statement from your summary statement. Let me read it to you. It said the GIP is a complete plan unto itself and will produce substantial and demonstrable benefits for customers, including enhanced system reliability, DER enablement, that will effectively pay for the costs of implementing the plan over time. So it's that last part, effectively pay for the costs of implementing the plan over time. I'm trying to understand a little bit more what you mean by that, what we're going to see, as this program progresses. So related to that sentiment, are we going to see, or hypothetically, are we going to see coming back to us monetized benefits that are going to significantly offset that $200 million in revenue requirements that come to us? So, because in your analysis that you provided with us, and we asked you to try to think holistically about it, there was very little operation and maintenance impact shown. I think it was very, very slight. I think you said it was almost going to be negligible. So I'm just wondering, will we see the 200 million coming to us, or are there, through this process, do you anticipate significant actual revenue requirement benefits that are going to knock down what you need to run your system. So very long-worded question, but for me, it's really important. So is it clear? Does it make sense? And do I have to wait for that answer, or can you give me that answer?
I'm going to give you, yes, I think I can give an answer to that, and maybe we can follow up with our rates witnesses a little later. So I would start with a program like IBBC. The benefits that are rolled to customers through IBBC are in reduction in kilowatt hours used and also in fuel charges. So that certainly goes back to our customers, and our cost benefit analysis for IBBC has those estimates in it. So that's a big part of it. And also the IBBC program is where we have to fully implement the program is in DEC. And that may be why, in fact, I think it is, the full 200 million of that program is all in the DEC jurisdiction. So it's one of the reasons why that number is a little bit higher. But that'd be the first place I would start, would be the IBBC program. Yes, those are benefits that are going to flow directly to customers through reduced usage, reduced fuel charge, et cetera. I would then go to, the programs where we valued reliability benefits for customers. It is there are certainly benefits to improved reliability for our customers. They tell us that, we know that, and they vary by customer class and customer type. So to do an effective cost benefit analysis, we had to place a value on it. So we used a tool that's a pretty common tool in the industry, the interruption cost estimator tool. You can get it from the Department of Energy website. You can run it through that. And that's how we valued those benefits. So I agree that those benefits don't necessarily flow back in reduced charges. However, the benefits are real. And some of those benefits, particularly when it comes to major event days, when it comes to extreme weather events like ice storms and hurricanes, frankly, it's hard to put a value on that. So we took a very conservative view of that and capped the benefit at a certain amount for those programs. In fact, in one of the big programs, we didn't even count a benefit for extreme weather events because we just weren't sure yet as to how much benefit we were going to get. This would be self-optimizing grid during extreme weather events. What we're finding is we get a significant amount of benefit on self-optimizing grid during extreme weather events. So that is valued more on the customer side, the benefit they get from having electricity available. And so we know that, we understand, and that's how we valued it. There also will be a benefit associated with more efficient storm restoration. When we're into that mode, our customers end up paying for storm restoration if we do it right, we do it effectively. The commission takes a look at that and determines what we would recover. We do it right and effectively, so those costs eventually are paid by customers as well, and they are significant. The more we can reduce those costs, the better off our customers are. So I believe, although not directly in rates, it is something that the customers pay eventually. So, and then lastly, I do believe that the benefits associated with enabling and fully leveraging private solar and electric vehicle usage have a benefit for our customers. It's not always possible right now to put the best value on that. Maybe this is where the qualitative comes in. But I'm very confident that that benefit is there. Our customers also expect us to be able to do that. They expect us to be an environmental advocate, which we are, and implementing the grid improvement plan that we've agreed upon moves us a step closer in that direction. Another one that I'll put out there, because I think it's very important, is electric vehicles. We are reaching a stage with electric vehicles that I'm going to call a tipping point, for lack of a better term. And that tipping point is in the fleet electric vehicle usage. So large delivery companies that have trucks that run all over our state they tend to run just during the day, or they run for a certain amount of hours. They are, let's put it this way. We've been contacted by very large companies inquiring about our ability to support fleet electrification. We need to be ready for that. The companies that are looking at this have sustainability goals. They're looking for places where they can go and start making this transition. Duke believes the states that it serves, North Carolina being the foremost there, are a great place for that to happen. Implementing the programs around two-way power flow that give us the flexibility to support these large changes from gas engines to electric vehicles is a very large part of the benefits we think our customers will see also. I hope that helps. And I think maybe more specific questions might be suited to the rates witnesses, but I wanted to take a shot at it.
No, that helps, and it's great to see your passion. You clearly believe in this program. I think what would help me, I can't speak to the other commissioners as we move forward, is in that list of categories, just having a better understanding of what really are the revenue requirement impacts. Because sometimes, I love a good cost benefit analysis, but I get lost about what are these benefits that are really going to come down to what the customers pay each month. And I think they're concerned about a lot of the benefits you talked about, but they're also concerned about what they're going to pay each month. And it was hard for me to see. So really the specific question, as much as you can get either a late filing or the other witnesses to say, is will we see a revenue requirement drop, that goes along with that $200 million revenue increase that's going to come with it? Because right now we only saw the revenue increase. And of what you said, certainly fuel, I would think could be monetized.
Yes.
Some of the other costs might be harder, but you could at least estimate them.
Understood.
Yeah, and and I think that relates to some of I had some questions about the O&M cost, specifically what you showed in that August 5th filing. Again, I think I mentioned it, very small amounts of incremental O&M impact. I just want to verify that really is going to be the case, that there isn't going to be some more significant operation and maintenance, either up or down costs. I saw one place that I think, if I read it properly, I think it was in Exhibit 3 of the grid deferral settlement, the Smith DEP settlement. It showed only 96, if I got it right, $96,000. It might have been a mistake. It could have been $96 million, but $96,000 of O&M costs associated with the GIP. And then really almost no impact moving forward over the 3 years. So do I have that right, or was that just omitted from what was submitted in August 5th?
Well, I'll talk about what I know about the programs, and then we can certainly follow up later with the other witnesses. But the programs that we're implementing, the programs we agreed upon for deferral, I'm going to call it Project O&M to implement the programs, is very small. They're largely capital programs. So there's not a significant amount of project O&M. Typically, when you do a project, you're going to have a capital portion and an O&M portion. These particular programs that were selected are largely capital. So there's not going to be a huge amount of project O&M that would need to be recovered when those would actually go into service. As far as there's another topic, maybe ongoing O&M savings or ongoing O&M costs of these programs. There are both, and they net. That's one of the things about grid modernization programs. When you automate things and you begin to communicate with them back and forth, there's a cost associated with that. Monitoring costs, cell phone fees, those type of things. But then there's also a benefit associated with it because you become more efficient. Those two things for grid modernization programs like these tend to net. So subject to check and the witnesses that are a little bit more familiar looking at that, I'm not surprised with that number, but they can certainly do a better job than I explaining it.
Okay, and if that's the case, that is that is an answer. So that's when I think of capital projects, if you build a new plant, then you also have to operate the plant. So you're obviously going to have increased operating costs. But I didn't see any of that with the GIP. And what you're telling me is that yes, maybe operators or equipment needed to run some of these programs, but their savings it's going to net. So yeah, if you could verify that, or we could ask some of the other witnesses. I think this gets just a follow-up request. If you continue to look at it, I think you already committed to looking at the DSDR to conservation voltage control conversion. There is quite a bit of the from what we can tell, the DSME rider that goes to that program. I think based on the June 9th, just DEP DSDR report, it shows kind of ongoing costs between $15.4 and $18.4 million between 21 and 27. So pretty significant. That's in the rider. Are we going to see an impact on those costs? Are those costs going to drop off the rider? Or how are they going to be dealt with moving forward? And it gets to all my questions about the revenue impact of this conversion. Does that make sense, that question?
It makes perfect sense. The costs won't change. The cost to operate the system are the same. We're just going to use it 90% of the hours in a year to do conservation. Just approximating. We'll use it the vast majority of the hours in a year instead of just using it maybe 40 to 80 hours in a year. So we'll increase the benefit for our customers. But generally, the costs to maintain that system aren't going to change. Now, whether they stay in the rider or move out of the rider, that's a better question for the rates witnesses. From a technical perspective, maintaining the system, those costs won't change.
Okay. Yeah, no, and I would be curious if the plan is to move it out of the rider or not, or move a portion of it out of the rider. A few just clarification questions. On page 46, let's see, lines 14 and 15 of your rebuttal testimony, I don't know that you're going to read it. I mean, it's pretty basic the question I'm going to ask. You state that the GIP accelerates the historical pace of spending to better position the company to deal with future requirements. And you repeat this reasoning on page 48, lines 15 to 16, page 49, lines 11 to 12, that the GIP accelerates the pace of replacements to better position the company to deal with future requirements. So this theme comes out a lot. What do you mean by that? Is there a future requirement that you actually know is going to hit? Or is it, you just give a little bit more examples about what the future requirements that this is going to prepare you for?
Sure. The future requirement, largely what we're talking about there is dealing with all the megatrends. We've got the 7 megatrends. They each have specific effects for our customers. The cybersecurity threat, the ability to grow and leverage private rooftop solar, and electric vehicles appropriately, the impact of weather events that we're seeing on our system. That was really what we're referring to, was those megatrends, but sort of digging down very specifically, I would be looking at the two-way power flow model as one of the core competencies of utilities going forward, to be able to truly leverage the value that we're going to get from distributed energy resources. That is coming, it's required, and we're moving in that direction with this plan.
Okay, so there's not a specific technical change that you're expecting that other than the mega trend. So these aren't mandatory things that you're doing to meet basic regulations, or these are just the whole suite of changing things that are coming at you in the mega trends.
Generally, that is true. Yes.
I think that's all for now. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner McKissick.
Sure. Mr. Oliver, let me thank you for providing the testimony you have over the last day or so. And of course, for me, the advantages of being last in the queue. Disadvantage is seniority puts you there. The advantage is most of the questions have been asked and answered before you have the opportunity to go ahead and ask some things. But having said that, it's my understanding that DEC and DEP fully intend to implement each of the programs that are now part of this 3-year grid improvement program, regardless of whether they get deferral treatment or not. It's just a matter of timing and access to resources to do it. Now, is that a correct statement?
I believe that's a correct statement. We've said that before. What the deferral gives us is the ability to do the programs in a much more cost-effective way, to do it in a planned-out way, to bring the benefits to our customers much sooner. But if the deferral is not granted, we need to continue looking at these programs. We need to work within the bounds of the financial plans that we have, that we can support, and select those that are the most important, like a self-optimizing grid, for example, that does two-way power. And I'm going to say just chip away, maybe one circuit at a time versus the more comprehensive plan that we can do if we have the deferral. So yeah, I've said it before. And I stand by that. The programs are critically important, particularly those that we've agreed upon for deferral accounting, and we will work on those programs.
And I guess the follow-up would simply be, if you did not have the deferral accounting, how long do you think it would take DEC and DEP to fully implement what's now contemplated might occur within the 3 years?
I just don't know. It's a hard question to answer. It depends on so many different factors, so many different, load growth may take up all the money in a certain year. It may not take up all the money in a certain year. There may be other requirements that come up on environmental or safety that we need to follow that would take up all the available money. Then there'd be some years when we would have available money and we would use it to begin building the system. So any answer I gave there probably would be speculation, and it would have to be based on what we've been able to do in the past, which is a pretty small amount of the work.
Okay. Now, of course, we're looking at a 3-year window right now in terms of what's being proposed, but I assume there must be a longer-term strategic plan for the grid improvement type programs that would, look out, perhaps 5 years, 10 years, that gives a more holistic approach to how you plan to fully implement programmatic enhancements that would fit within the definitions and confines of grid improvements. Now, is that available to be shared? I mean, I know there was the Power Forward, and this is different from Power Forward, but where are we today in terms of looking at things more holistically so that there can be an appreciation that what's been identified within this 3-year window is where you get the greatest cost, the greatest benefits, the more holistic, what I call systematic approach in terms of a implementation strategy?
Yes, sir. I think that's very important. And I'll give you 2 examples of that. So the IBVC program that we're implementing in DEC actually affects about 60% of the circuits in DEC. DEC has about 2,000 circuits to serve the 2.3 million customers. And the way we put that project together, that program together, was to take the most cost-effective circuits for IVVC and put them in a package. There is benefit in doing the rest of the circuits. There certainly is, and that might be an opportunity to look at from a system perspective. But this, we didn't want to do it all at this point.
Right.
We wanted to put together this particular package that made sense for this 3-year plan, and have an opportunity for our stakeholders to weigh in on what they thought we should go next. Self-optimizing grid is another example. We selected the circuits generally are in the more suburban areas where there's a lot of homes that can be potentially enabled with electric vehicles and rooftop solar. It doesn't mean that doesn't happen in the other parts of the state. It certainly would. But we wanted to take this particular 3-year program and target it where we thought we would get the most benefit the fastest, and wanted to be ready. Those programs certainly could continue for, let's say, another 3 years. But so that is out there to be talked about with our stakeholders. Do we all agree that it makes sense to move forward with those type of programs? So there's certainly options there, and we have the vision for what that would look like, but that's 2 examples where we could continue.
Now, I know of your rebuttal testimony, I think you had an exhibit 1, which kind of took a look at the matrix that had been prepared by the public staff that kind of evaluated which programs might be transformative or extraordinary to kind of qualify for deferral treatment, and try to compare and contrast why other components, which the public staff did not feel at that time were deserving of deferral treatment, should have been considered for deferral treatment. You know the exhibit I'm thinking about?
I do.
Can you elaborate further on why those particular programs that you identified as being more transformative, more significant, more deserving of deferral treatment, we should move forward as a commission with in light of the comparative analysis that's kind of embedded in the matrix and the charts that you prepared?
Certainly. 2 really good examples there. The first one is in public staff's matrix, they identified part of self-optimizing grid as worthy of deferral, and they had another part of self-optimizing grid. It was the capacity and connectivity piece that was not worthy of deferral. And we had several meetings with public staff engineers to talk through this, and that's not 2 separate programs. It is one program. They all work together in concert. You can't go from the one-way grid, sort of the radial, downstream model, to the spoke and hub model that truly leverages what the distributed energy future looks like without building capacity into the system. So we talked through that. I talked through that in the rebuttal as well. Those programs must be done in concert in order to deliver the benefit. That is what really brings that system, and like I talked about before, into this ability to manage the distribution circuits in segments, to leverage what's in that segment, maybe export during certain days when there is enough distributed energy in that segment, leverage it across the system more, the distribution system more. Also, when you get to some of the storm benefits and some of the reliability benefits, you have to actually be able to switch to another circuit as part of that. So having that capacity and connectivity is absolutely critical. It's one big program that is really the cornerstone of a grid modernization program when it comes to the distribution grid. So that's one of the big examples, and we talked through that. Another example would be distribution automation. I think what we did is explained each one of those programs in the distribution automation piece and make our case as to why we felt that it should be scored differently and why it made sense to call it grid modernization. One of the examples is taking legacy fuses like you might have in your house if you were screwing in a fuse like back in the old days. I don't know if there's any of those out there anymore. But replacing that with the modern device that is an automated lateral protection device that actually can automatically reclose, and we can, if we need to, outfit those with communication. It's truly a leap forward, and it's certainly modernizing the grid. And we explained that and talked through those, and I think reached the appropriate agreement on the in the ultimate settlement. So that's a couple of examples that I think make the most sense for us. I hope that helps.
The opinion that,
Commissioner McKissick, you are on
Yeah.
mute. Would you start your question over, please, sir? Commissioner McKissick, you are still on mute. Let's let the host take you off mute. Okay, now you're off mute. You may proceed.
okay. Simply this, I know public staff sees that many components being things that ordinarily would be done by DEC or DEP as routine enhancement to the system, as opposed to being things that are what I would call transformative or extraordinary to qualify for deferral treatment. Now, can you help me with distinctions that they might have made that you have reached a different conclusion upon that need to be addressed at this time?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I fully support what is in the settlement agreement with public staff as
Okay.
far as what makes sense for deferral. We worked closely with the engineering folks and the public staff, and eventually came to an agreement. I fully support that. I wouldn't advocate for anything different, but for what's in that agreement.
And let me ask this. I know Commissioner Clodfelter spoke of it in terms of coming up with comparative standards that could help us down the road in terms of analyzing whether we had, what I would say, for lack of a better way of putting it, achieved objective milestones in terms of what was hoped to be achieved with the grid improvement program, so we would know how to treat things appropriately in the future in terms of costs that might have been incurred in this 3-year period. Do you believe that we do have sufficient standards today, or what understandings do you have with the public staff in terms of what would be available to us to be able to sit there and to evaluate things better in the future moving forward, assuming everybody moves forward with what's on the table today?
I do. I believe we have what is needed to evaluate. We have laid out the defined scope. We have laid out the defined budget. We've laid out defined costs. We've laid out benefits associated with the work and the cost benefit analyses. We have actually done additional cost benefit analyses after, I think, very productive discussions with the public staff. So the tools are there. The reporting package is really more of refining those tools so we can check as we go along. But the tools are there to assess the effectiveness of these programs. Absolutely. I'm sorry.
Commissioner McKissick, I just want to confirm, you have any further questions for the witness?
No, I was saying, in fact, that there were no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mhm.
All right, we will move to questions on the commission's questions. Let's start with the interviewers.
Just a moment, Chair Mitchell. I do have one question.
All right, yes, ma'am. Commissioner Brown Bland.
Mr. Oliver, in the settlement documents with the public staff, Duke agreed to undertake a cost benefit analysis of the automated lateral device program. Could you speak to what that program is?
Certainly, Commissioner. That is the program that replaces the traditional fuses, tap line fuses, where that come off our main circuit lines with automated lateral devices. These are, in fact, automatic reclosing devices that would, instead of, in many cases, would stop an outage from happening because it would give the fault time to clear. In other words, a tree that brushed a line and fell off, instead of the fuse opening and staying open like it does today, this device senses that and has the electronics in it that allows it to open shortly and then reclose. Those devices also reduce momentary interruptions for upstream customers, which we find very valuable, and we know our customers value that.
So this would be part of the reliability evaluation?
Yes, ma'am, it's part of the distribution automation package, and the benefits associated with this are largely associated with a reliability improvement and a storm restoration cost improvement.
All right, thank you. That's all, Chairman.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Brown-Bland. We'll now go to questions on the commission's questions. Let's start with the public staff. Any questions?
No questions from the public staff.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cummings. Attorney General's office. Ms. Force, I see you shaking your head, so no questions from the Attorney General's office. Okay. Any additional interveners have questions on the commission's questions?
Madam Chairman, I have a few.
All right, Mr. Page, you may proceed.
Hey, Mr. Oliver, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, and I hope you are.
Doing very well, thank you, sir. My questions are intended to be a follow-up on some of the questions that you received from Commissioner Clodfelter and Commissioner Hughes. Specifically, I was interested in finding out if the GIP program as drafted and as it exists contains any guarantees of performance. Stated another way, are there any financial consequences for Duke if a program does not perform as it was intended to perform?
I'm going to say, based on what I know of the agreements, that there's no specific guarantees. However, I also think that the fact that the commission will determine when we put the programs in service, whether or not they were cost effective and whether or not they passed that test is certainly a form of quote guarantee. So we've got the cost benefit analyses for these programs, the vast majority of them that the commission can take a look at and compare to see if the benefits were delivered.
Down the road, Mr. Oliver, and this is a hypothetical in essence, when the programs go into effect and they get incorporated into the rate structure, that is, the customers are paying for the cost of those programs, and the recurring cost benefit analyses shows for a given program that it's not performing well, it's not performing as it was intended to, it's not living up to the standards set in the CBA. Do the customers get any sort of rate consideration or refunds if that happens?
I don't know that there's any provision for something like that in the settlement agreements, but again, these approval of the cost for these programs to go into rates lies with the commission. They'll certainly hold us accountable as they do that. And I think that's a pretty straightforward way to view these programs.
Yeah, I think I agree with you that there's nothing in the settlements that speaks to that specifically. And it's also true there's nothing in the GIP as drafted that speaks to that either. Is that correct?
I believe that's true.
All right. Let me see if I can clarify one thing that confused me about yesterday. When you and I were talking yesterday, we spent a fair amount of time talking about reliability or enhanced reliability as being a part of GIP, did we not?
Yes.
And if I understood your answer to my questions correctly, you were saying to me that enhanced reliability was not necessarily an integral part of GIP, but it was one of those happy little side effects that sort of came along with some of the programs. Is that correct? Did I understand you correctly?
What I think what I said was, in many cases, the same actions that you take on the transmission and distribution system to enable something like IVVC, to enable something like two-way power flow, that is going to help us leverage private DER in the future, are the same actions that do enable reliability improvements. So this is a great outcome that we're happy with.
All right, and my understanding of some of your later testimony in response to questions from Mr. Tynan, who's an attorney for the technical companies, do you recall that?
I do.
My understanding was that you told Mr. Tynan not only was reliability or enhanced reliability an integral part of the GIP program, you had ways to measure it. Is that correct?
We certainly have ways to measure the specific reliability improvements in these programs. We also have ways to measure the specific voltage reduction that we're going to get from IVVC. So yes, I'm confident we can measure the effects.
So then reliability would be an integral part of the benefits of the GIP program.
Reliability benefits certainly come from the GIP program. Yes, it's not the main reason why we put the programs together. I'm happy to get them though.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Additional questions on commission's questions?
Chair Mitchell, I have a few.
All right, Ms. Thompson, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Oliver.
Hello.
You will recall that, following up on some of the questions from commissioners.
Ms. Thompson, I'm going to interrupt you just for purposes of clarity of the record. Just introduce yourself and so the court reporter can identify who you are and your client in this proceeding.
Oh, so sorry, Chair Mitchell, Madam Court Reporter. Gudrun Thompson, appearing on behalf of the North Carolina Justice Center, North Carolina Housing Coalition, Natural Resources Defense Council, and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Thompson. Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Oliver, following up on some of the questions that you received from Commissioners Clodfelter and McKissick about metrics and in assessing the implementation and performance of the GIP programs in an ongoing manner. You're aware that the companies have also entered into a settlement in addition to the second settlement with the public staff. You've entered into a settlement with my clients as well as with NC Sustainable Energy Association, correct?
I am, yes.
And in that settlement, or those settlements, we have agreed to support deferral of costs for roughly the same set of programs as has the public staff.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in response to questions from Commissioner Clodfelter, you alluded to the fact that the companies would be sharing data and working with the public staff as programs are rolled out to ensure that they're delivering the benefits that you would expect, right?
Yes.
And would the companies be willing to involve other interested parties, for example, my clients in NCSCA in that process as well?
I don't know that I can speak for the company in that regard, but certainly I welcome input. It's a collaborative process. I think we worked well together through this stakeholder engagement process, but I'm not sure who would appropriately answer that question, but I would welcome it.
Fair enough. I can take that one offline and check in with your attorneys on that question.
Sure.
Now, any settlements filed in these cases would need to be approved by the commission, correct?
I agree.
And were the commission, as a condition of approving those settlements, to require some enhanced reporting of, achievement of key milestones in implementing the GIP programs, the companies could comply with that, correct?
Well, what I could say is this: I'm very confident in our project management processes and procedures. I used to manage the project management group in the past, and I know how that works. So we have scheduling software, we have major milestones that we lay out for these programs and hold ourselves accountable to them. So I know that that's available. As far as how we incorporate that into reporting, I'm certainly open to that, but I know we can. We certainly have the ability to track major milestones on launch projects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oliver. Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Mitchell, no further questions.
Any additional questions on commission's questions from interveners? And then Mr. Jeffries, I see you're ready. All right, hearing none, Mr. Jeffries, questions from Duke.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Just a few. Mr. Oliver, you had responded to a number of questions from commissioners to the cost benefit measurements that the company and the public staff has discussed as part of implementing the settlement agreement. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
I believe one of your responses had indicated that the company had anticipated providing that sort of information to the commission when they sought actual recovery of deferred amounts. Am I remembering correctly?
The way I remember that question is how will the commission be able to judge the programs? And I recommended that they take a look at the cost benefit analyses that we have already provided. We can track those measures today in a for the vast majority. There's a few qualitative measures that we also talked about, but the cost benefit analyses that we have provide the commission, I believe, what they need right now. The reporting package that we're going to work on with public staff would be an extra over and above.
And if the commission, if it were the commission's desire that the companies and the public staff do so, you wouldn't have any objection to sharing the reporting metrics that the company and the public staff comes up with the commission, would you?
Of course not. In fact, I would welcome it.
All right, thank you. Sorry for the silence. I'm flipping through to see how many questions I have. I think I really only have just a couple more. Mr. Page asked you some questions that sort of postulated a scenario or a hypothetical where you guys proceeded with these programs and there was rates that went into effect, and would there be a refund available, or are there consequences to Duke? What is your understanding about the company's proposal with regard to the issue of implementing the programs and then recovery and rates of the costs that are incurred under the program?
Well, we're going to implement the programs, assuming that the commission agrees with the deferral request. We'll implement the programs and defer those costs. The customers will start receiving the benefits. And when I would assume in another rate case, when those costs go into service, at that point, the commission would determine if the programs were prudent and executed cost effectively. And I believe they'll have the tools to do so based on the cost benefit analyses.
So, and I may be guilty here of asking you questions I ought to direct to Ms. McManus, but do you know of any reason why an interested party that had a legitimate interest in rates would not be able to offer their opinion in that subsequent rate case proceeding about the effectiveness of the programs?
I do not. That's how our process works.
And one last question for you, Mr. Oliver. Could you, it's been kind of a long a long road from the sub 1146 case and the powered forward proposals in that case to where we are today. Could you just sort of, and not great detail, but could you just sort of summarize that process, how we got from there to here?
Sure. The commission ruled in the last base rate case proceedings. I think it was in maybe June of 2018, approximately around that time frame, about a little over 2 years ago. And in that ruling, they gave us, I would say, some direction on how to move forward with stakeholder engagement. It specifically said, I don't want to read it. I'll summarize the way that I remember it is work with stakeholders to come up with a list of programs that had support and come back and talk to us, right? File those programs that have stakeholder support, work with those stakeholders, bring together something that is much more agreeable than that original power forward proposal. We did that. The first thing we did is we worked on what are the things that are truly affecting the grid? What really do we need to worry about in the future? And that's when we researched the megatrends. Some of those were pretty evident, and we put some data behind that. Others we had to do a little bit more research on. We had a third party come in and help us a little bit with that. So we identified the megatrends. We then took a look at the type of programs that we could use to address those megatrends. We talked about the megatrends with our stakeholders and the workshops, sought feedback from them. We presented programs that we felt would address the megatrends with our stakeholders, sought feedback there. Heard that they want to see cost-benefit analyses associated with these certain programs where it made sense to do so. We provided that. Received a lot of feedback on the cost-benefit analyses. Some of it very good that we're taking forward and changing the way we do CBAs going forward for these type of programs. Then, as is often the case, once the programs are filed, more stakeholder engagement happens after that. There are testimonies that are filed and positions that are laid out, and we continue negotiation. And the end result of that negotiation, I think, makes a whole lot of sense. It is the settlement agreements that we reached. I believe it's 10 parties, a diverse group of parties from environmental organizations to the public staff that represents the citizens, commercial customers, industrial customers, groups that represent low-income customers. All of those have signed on to these settlement agreements. And I would view that as an extraordinary accomplishment given where we started, that amount of stakeholder agreement. So I think we've complied with the commission's directions in this case and come back and made the appropriate filing, and looking forward to providing the follow-ups that were asked for by the commissioners. I know we have some notes taken on that. We'll certainly do that, but that's the way I would summarize it, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Those are all the questions on commission questions the company has. Chair Mitchell.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jeffries. At this point, I will entertain motions.
Madam Chair, this is Matt Tynan for the tech customers. I'd like to move into the record Oliver Direct Tech Customers Cross-Examination Exhibits 1 and 2 into the record in docket number E7 sub 1214.
All right, hearing no objection, the motion will be allowed. Any additional motions?
Chair Mitchell, this is Jim Jeffries. When we would move, I'm sorry, the companies would move that Mr. Oliver's DEC corrected direct exhibits 1 through 18, Mr. Oliver's DEC rebuttal exhibit 1, and DEC GIP exhibits 1 through 3 be entered into evidence in the deck rate case dockets and be copied into the record in that case at the appropriate time.
All right, hearing no objection, Mr. Jeffries, the motion's allowed.
Madam Chair, in addition, I would also move that Mr. Oliver's DEP direct exhibits 1 through 18, Oliver DEP rebuttal exhibit 1, and DEP GIP exhibits 1 through 3 be entered into evidence in the DEP rate case docket and be copied into the record in that case at the appropriate time.
All right, Mr. Jeffries, hearing no objection, your motion is allowed.
And Madam Chair, a couple of additional administrative matters, if I may. First, we can go back and check the record if you would prefer, but we had a number of requests for additional information from several of the commissioners, and I didn't know if it would be appropriate to sort of recap those at this time to make sure that the company has a clear understanding of what they're being asked to provide.
All right, Mr. Jeffries, please do recap that, and then I will ask our counsel to work with you to make sure we get exactly what we're looking for. But let me know what you've heard.
What I have heard from Commissioner Clodfelter is that he would like us to identify the capacity benefits from the DSDR to CDR conversion, and I believe there was Exhibit 7, page 2.
Okay.
And Commissioner Clodfelter also asked us to check on the ability to curtail or purchase power agreements to manage load growth or load demand. And if I have that wrong, please someone correct me, but that's what my notes reflect.
The question was whether or not there are any impediments in your interconnection agreements or your power purchase agreement that would make it difficult for the pump company to get full functionality out of the DER dispatch tool.
That's a better question. Thank you, Felton. And then Commissioner Hughes asked for as I understood it, basically a quantification of the revenue requirement drop or any decrease in the revenue requirements that may result from implementation of the GIP program as proposed in the settlement.
That's correct.
And I believe that is all of the link filed information that the commissioners asked for, at least all is reflected in my notes.
All right. All right, Mr. Jeffries, I appreciate the attempt at clarification, and we will follow up with our counsel will follow up with the company on those requests. All right.
Chair Mitchell, could I make one more motion at this time while we're here? We've had some discussion on our side, and Mr. Oliver is currently slated to return for rebuttal testimony following the other witnesses on this topic on the grid improvement plans. Given the breadth of the discussion today and the fact that there are parties that have indicated an intent to cross-examine Mr. Oliver on rebuttal, the company's satisfied with the state of the record at this point, and if it suits the commission, we'd be inclined to move that Mr. Oliver be not dismissed from the case entirely, because there may be transmission and distribution items that he may be required to testify on later involving the settlement, but we don't feel the need to call him back to the stand separately on rebuttal if the commission's so inclined.
All right, Mr. Jeffries, I will consult with my colleagues during our break, which will occur in the next few minutes here, and I will address your motion once we go back on the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any additional motions from the parties at this time? All right. Well, we have come to our first break of the day. Let's go off the record. We will be in recess until 11:25. All right, let's go back on the record, please. Joanne, I should have checked with you first. Are you ready? Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, Mr. Jeffries, I have consulted with my colleagues, and Mr. Oliver does not need to return for questions. As
Thanks,
to
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, this is Matt Tynan for the tech customers. I had a correction to my motion regarding the Oliver Direct Tech Customers Cross-Examination Exhibits 1 and 2.
All right, Mr. Tynan, proceed, please.
I move to have those exhibits entered into evidence in docket number E7 sub 1214, but I should have moved them into evidence in the record in the consolidated proceeding for both docket numbers E7 sub 1214 and E2 sub 1219.
All right, Mr. Tynan, you're hearing no objection to that motion. It's allowed. Thank you very much. All right, we are now still with Duke. Duke, you may call your next witnesses.
Thanks, Chair Mitchell. Again, this is Molly Jagannathan here on behalf of Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress. And we'd like to call Jane McManus and Kim Smith to testify as a panel on the topic of the company's deferral request relating to the grid improvement plan.
Okay, Ms. Jagannathan, I see Ms. McManus and there's Ms. Smith. I would remind you all that you remain under oath.
Thank you. And this time, I think Ms. Smith will go ahead and give the summary of Ms. McManus and Ms. Smith's testimony on the grid improvement plan deferral request.
Yes. As a complement to witness Oliver's testimony, which addresses the need for and the content of Pacific Grid Improvement Plan, GIP programs, our testimony supports the company's request to establish a regulatory asset to defer for cost recovery consideration in a future rate case, the costs related to the 3-year GIP that are not included in the current rate case. The company's deferral requests meet the Commission's traditional test for deferral. As described by witness Oliver, the expenditures to be made under the GIP are major non-routine investments that produce substantial customer benefits. In addition, as presented by witness Oliver, the companies have complied with Commission guidance from Duke Energy Carolinas' last rate case that a collaborative stakeholder process should be used to demonstrate that the cost requested for deferral are properly classified as grid modernization cost rather than customary spend and therefore extraordinary expenditures. Absent deferral, the companies will experience significant adverse cost earnings impacts. Unlike the construction of a traditional generating plant, the 3-year GIP comprises numerous projects that have a short construction periods and therefore will be quickly placed into electric service. Given the length of time to complete a general rate case, even if the companies had rate cases every year, the delay in cost recovery from the month that the grid improvement is placed in service to the month that the costs are reflected in the company's new base rates could be significant, on average more than a year. If rate cases did not occur every year, then this lag in the timing of cost recovery is multiplied. These effects are material to the company's financial standing and could adversely impact the company's financial strength and flexibility, impairing reliable access to capital in reasonable terms. Nevertheless, the Commission has consistently demonstrated that deferral is not a rigid concept, but can be flexibly applied to ensure that the Commission fulfills its fundamental mandate to set rates that are just and reasonable and fair to both the companies and the customers. The public staff has agreed to the company's requested deferral accounting treatment for a specific subset of the GIP programs listed in the parties' second partial settlements. Deferral for these programs would be limited to incremental capital costs related to plant in service and incremental expenses, offset by incremental operating benefits. For plant placed in service between June 1st, 2020 and December 31st, 2022, and a return on the deferred balance. The companies have agreed to withdraw their request for deferral accounting for all other proposed GIP investments not listed in the second partial settlements. The companies have also entered into settlement agreements with Sigfer and Harris Teeter, in which these parties have agreed to support the requested deferral, and with Vote Solar, NCSEA, and NCJC et al., in which these parties have agreed to support the deferral request for a specific subset of programs and not oppose the deferral request for other GIP investments proposed by the companies. To the extent the Commission authorizes deferral, GIP deferred revenue requirements must be considered for recovery in a future general rate case proceeding, and in conjunction with all other electric costs subject to consideration in the proceeding. Deferred amounts will be subject to review and scrutiny and a finding of reasonableness and prudency as a prerequisite for cost recovery. In response to the Commission's request for additional information relating to the requested GIP deferral, the companies filed exhibits demonstrating the hypothetical impacts should Commission grant the deferral request set forth in the second partial settlements and allow cost recovery in a future rate case. This concludes the summary of our testimony relating to the requested deferral of grid improvement plan costs.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Chair Mitchell, the panel is now available for cross-examination.
All right, it looks like Ms. Thompson, you're up first.
Chair Mitchell, my colleague, Amy Neal, back if he does.
Okay, Mr. Neal.
Questions, Chair Mitchell.
Mr. Neal, would you please restate that? We lost you there.
David Neal, no questions, Chair Mitchell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neal. All right, NC Moore. It's my understanding that the attorney for NC Moore may not be available today. All right, tech customers.
Yes, Chair Mitchell, this is Marcus Trathman appearing for tech customers. Can you hear me okay and see me okay?
I can hear you and see you.
Okay, thank you. I have just a few questions and would like to direct these questions to Ms. McManus, if I could. Could you turn to page 39 of your testimony?
I'm sorry, Mr. Trathman, which testimony?
I'm looking at your direct testimony.
Thank you. Let me get to that.
Excuse me. This is the court reporter. Ms. Smith, if you could mute your line there. I think we're getting some feedback. Thank you.
So I'm Ms. McManus. I'm looking at lines 17 and 18, and I see the statement that the company's capital requirements for the next 3 years are projected to be approximately 9.1 billion. My question is just simply whether or not this includes the GIP expenditures as well.
I got this number from witness Newland, and I do not know what all is included in the 9.1 billion capital requirements that he quoted.
Okay, fair enough. I have a question with respect to the settlement agreement that has been entered into with the public staff. Do you happen to have a copy of that with you? It's not essential. Okay. I'm looking at paragraph G on page 11.
Yes.
And so this paragraph ticks off a number of items which would be included in the deferral under this stipulation. One of the items is incremental expenses. what does that include?
I think witness Oliver spoke to it very briefly in his comments just recently. But my understanding is that when you have capital projects of the nature of those included in the GIP, there are occasionally some amounts that are directly related to those projects that for accounting purposes simply are not eligible to be capitalized. So they have to be recorded as O&M expense, but they're not recurring ongoing O&M expense. They're incremental and specifically related to the associated GIP projects.
And do you know whether or not those items are currently included in the budget that Mr. Oliver set forth in his exhibits?
I believe they are.
Ms. McManus, and just following on here, there's a parenthetical that says offset by incremental operating benefits. Could you explain that to me? What does that refer to?
Well, there was some discussion of this again earlier today. I interpret that to be incremental reductions in operating expenses that are directly related to these programs. And to the extent that those are identified, then they would be netted against the incremental O&M.
Okay. And let me just ask you, I believe that this has been established, but the budgeted items that were presented in Mr. Oliver's Exhibit 1, I believe, do not represent a cap, a deferral cap for purposes of this settlement. Is that correct?
Yes, it's my understanding that the settlement provisions associated with GIP do not include a cap.
And am I correct that the items that are set forth in that budget, they're only estimates, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Those are estimates of capital expenditures and O&M expenses. And I would note that the deferral will be the associated revenue requirement with actual completed plant in service. So it will be based on actual amounts, and it will be based on capital expenditures that have been completed and placed into service.
Okay, thank you. I'm focusing on the budget at this point, and my next question related to that is with respect to the estimates. Am I correct that there is a range of variance which is expected with respect to those estimates?
I am not familiar with the details of those estimates. They are referred to as estimates, and as such, I would imagine that they will not match actual, but I don't have any knowledge of the range.
Do you happen to have the tech customers' potential cross-examination exhibits handy?
I have a notebook with those cross exhibits, yes.
Would you mind turning to number 43, please?
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
And Chair Mitchell, if I could mark this and help me with the convention here, but I believe it would be McManus Smith Tech Customers Cross Exhibit number 1.
All right, Mr. Trathan, the document will be marked McManus Smith Tech Customers Cross-Examination Exhibit number 1.
Thank you, and this is my only exhibit. Ms. McManus, does this appear to be a Duke Energy Carolina's response to public staff data request number NCPS 225?
Yes, it does.
Okay. could you, and I just really want to focus on the very last sentence of the response here with respect to the range of selection of sensitivity. So could you just read that last sentence?
The very last sentence of the response,
Yes, ma'am.
it says, given this, a much more indicative range selection of sensitivities for both the SOG and IVVC estimates would be minus 30% and minus 20% on the low side, with plus 30% and plus 50% on the high side.
And do you read this to be saying that at least for SOG and IVVC, that the estimates on the high side under the range of estimation sensitivity utilized could be 30% to 50% on higher?
I see what these words say, but I have no detailed knowledge of these programs or these sensitivities. This data request was responded to by folks that are familiar with that, and I'm testifying about the revenue requirement and don't know the answer to your question.
Okay. Ms. McManus, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, any additional cross-examination for the panel? All right, hearing none. Any redirect for the panel?
No redirect, thank you.
All right, any questions from the commission for the panel? Let's start with Commissioner Brown-Bland.
No questions.
Okay. Commissioner Gray.
No questions.
All right, Commissioner Clodfelter. Maybe having some technical difficulties with Commissioner Clodfelter.
No, I just need to remember it's a memory difficulty, not a technical one. I need to remember to unmute. Ms. Smith, these questions are mainly going to be for you, and they're going to relate to the supplemental testimony that you and Mr. Oliver filed. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes.
Okay, I'm getting some feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from. This is going to relate to the testimony that you filed with Mr. Oliver in response to the Commission's July 23rd order.
Yes, sir.
Supplemental information. All right, before I start asking you questions about that, I don't remember, I'll say to your counsel, I don't remember, and it's a failure again of memory, whether or not that testimony has been moved into the record. If it has not been moved into the record, I would ask the counsel for the two companies at some appropriate point make such a motion. We've been referring.
Excuse me, Commissioner. Chair Mitchell, I'm having a lot of feedback. If we can have one microphone on at a time.
All right, I'm gonna do this. Mr. McCoy, would you please mute Ms. Smith while Commissioner Clodfelter is asking his question? All right, Commissioner Clodfelter, would you please restate your question?
Well, I'm starting the question, but the first was to say to the council that at some appropriate time, if it has not already been done, I would ask that council remember to move into the record the joint testimony and exhibits filed by Mr. Oliver and Ms. Smith in response to the questions on the grid improvement program. So that's just a preliminary. Ms. Smith, unfortunately, and in saying that, I express my viewpoint, obviously, unfortunately, we do not have in North Carolina explicit tools for prospective multi-year rate plans or performance-based rate making. So we have to work with the tools that we have. And what we're trying to do here in this exercise is use the tool that we do have, which is deferral accounting treatment, in order to try to accomplish this program. In doing that, we have, obviously, the commission has some leeway, but we have to be careful that we don't break that regulatory tool in the process and destroy its utility. So that's my background. When we asked the supplemental questions on July 23rd, part of what we were trying to get at was information that would help us with respect to the application of the traditional standards for a deferral accounting treatment. And one of the factors that the commission typically considers in deciding whether or not to grant deferral accounting treatment is how the failure to grant that would impact the company's ability to achieve its authorized return on equity. That's why the commission asked the question of what would be the effect if we were to deny the accounting deferral. And I think probably what happened here is that we were not precise enough in the way we posed the question. And so I'm going to put the question to you now in the precise way that we need a response so that we can consider that factor. That is to say, the impact on the company's authorized rate of return if a deferral request were to be denied. And so the question really that we probably should have asked a little differently and didn't, based on your responses, is presume that the deferral request is denied. Presume then that the company goes forward with the 3-year grid improvement program in the way that Mr. Oliver has outlined it in his exhibits. Not modify it, but presume it goes forward. Presume the accounting request is denied. Presume that the company's revenues during that period are based upon the stipulated settlement as to capital structure, return on equity, the revenue items that have been agreed upon, and as to those still in dispute, that the company's revenue is based upon its application, the revenues it applies for. In that case, what then would be the impact on the company's authorized rate of return, its ability to achieve the authorized rate of return under that scenario? That's the scenario we were really trying to get at. And I'm sorry that apparently we didn't get it effectively communicated. I know that you cannot today, sitting here, give me that answer. But my question to you is, can you do that analysis and present it in a late filed exhibit?
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner Clodfelter. Actually, I can give you that information today. We did.
Wonderful.
I'm having some issues with broadwidth, it seems like. So I apologize if I go in and out. In my testimony, I said, if we did not receive the deferral and we went forward by the year 3, it would have over 100 basis points impact on our ROE. And even with the settlement.
Ms. Smith, you've caught me short here, and I'm embarrassed to say I missed that. Can you tell me on what page that presents? Okay. And I apologize to you for a long-winded question for something you've already put in your testimony.
Oh, no, that is fine. I filed a lot of testimony, so it may take me a moment to find it. Someone can help me. It would be in my direct testimony.
That would be your direct testimony originally filed.
Yes, sir. And on page 39 of my direct testimony, originally filed on October 30th, 2019, on line 4.
Okay. I apologize to you that I was looking for it in the wrong place. I was looking for it in your supplemental testimony filed in response to the commission's questions. I
Oh, no, that's
apologize.
fine.
Would you, because I do not have that page in front of me, would you just read the Q&A excerpt that gives me the answer?
Yes. I said, what is the basis for the company's request for a deferral? The answer is the request meets the commission's traditional test for deferral as described by witness Oliver. The expenditures to be made under the grid improvement plan are not simple, regularly occurring, inconsequential investments, but rather are major non-routine investments that produce substantial customer benefits. Further, absent deferral, the company will experience a significant adverse earnings impact. The earnings degradation is expected to grow to over 100 basis points by 2022, the third year of the plan. These effects are material to the company's financial standing and could adversely impact the company's financial strength and flexibility, impairing reliable access to capital on reasonable terms. As noted by witness Newland, the company's capital requirements for the next 3 years are projected to be approximately $8.1 billion.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
You're welcome.
My apology. I was looking in the wrong place for the answer to the question. Thank you.
Oh, no, that's fine. I understand.
Thank you. I now have a question for both you and or Ms. McManus, whichever one of you wants to answer it is fine, or if both of you want to answer. Hopefully you give the same answer. Is the company asking that the commission grant an accounting deferral for expenditures for a program concept of undefined scope and boundaries, or is it asking for an accounting deferral for a specific budgeted amount for those programs? This is the question I asked Mr. Oliver earlier, and he deferred that question to the two of you.
Commissioner Kleffelter, I would say that we have agreed, we're asking for a deferral for the revenue requirements associated with specific programs, and that these programs would be executed over the time period 2020 through 2022, as explained by witness Oliver. And but that there is no dollar cap involved, and the settlement does not identify a particular revenue requirement. I would note that the revenue requirement, as I mentioned to Mr. Tratham, would be actual, based on actual amounts incurred and placed into service during this time period. And I would also note that due to the delay in this particular case, the company has been able to update its current request to include some of the grid improvement amounts placed into service during 2020 for DEC. It's up through May of 2020. And so obviously we would not request a deferral of anything associated with these particular programs that has already been placed in service and reflected in our existing proposed rate request.
And if possible, I'd like to add a little bit to that. These costs will be deferred over the 3-year period, but in our next general rate case, everything that we have deferred will be reviewed by all the interveners and the commission. And the commission at that time will decide what costs we incurred were reasonable and prudent. And as I think witness Oliver said earlier today, these are estimates. And of course, when you have an estimate, the actuals always turn out differently. And as in any investment that the company makes where we do a budgeted amount and then we have actuals, there are usually people go through and look at why it was different. It might be lower, it might be higher, but that analysis is normally done by the interveners.
Thank you both for that. Again, the point of the question was it matters how we write the deferral order as to whether we're writing it toward a dollar amount or whether we're writing it toward a program description. So we have to be very clear for purposes of how a deferral order might go. Thank you both. That's helpful. Madam Chair, that's all I have for these two witnesses.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Good morning. I only have one question. If I wanted to delve further into the range of deviation of the estimates, we heard Mr. Trathan's question of plus 30 to plus 50% on the two of the programs. What witness would be the appropriate witness to delve into those issues?
It would be Witness Oliver.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right. Okay. Let's see. We have Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I think the number that you answered a few minutes ago for Commissioner Klinefelter, the 100 basis points, was related, if I'm not mistaken, to the original proposal. If that's the case, do you have an estimate for the projects that are included in the settlement?
I do, sir. It is 59 basis points for DEP.
Okay, and you don't know for DC?
Thank you. I can provide the DEC.
Oh, yeah, of course. Okay.
Lawrence.
Sorry.
So in my testimony, the same page 39 of my direct testimony, the original impact was 100 basis points as well. And when we did the similar analysis for the settlement proposal, it was, I think, 0.69, 0.7, I would say 0.7 basis points. 70, I'm probably getting my decimal place out right. 100 basis points originally, 70 revised.
Got it. No, that's quite helpful. And then for a question for both of you, you may have heard the questions I was asking about the August 5th late filed testimony, where I think you did a really nice job of laying out, from what I understand, the estimated revenue impacts of the deferral year by year. Do you happen to know whether there will be offsetting operating costs, revenue requirement declines that will come to us, and will that come to us separately, or will that come to us within the deferral request? Does that make sense?
Yes. The settlement clearly says that if there are any incremental savings, that they should be netted against the incremental O&M expenses. And I think that it was what I was saying to Mr. Trathan. I'm not the expert on the savings, and obviously, you know, Mr. Oliver is, but I thought that many of the savings were really related to the programs that we are no longer requesting deferral of. But I would say that should we have any, first of all, as Witness Oliver said, if we experience reduced fuel costs, those will automatically be picked up in the fuel clauses for both companies without us taking any particular action to do so. And if there are savings in the company's operating expenses, they again, you know, when I talk about savings here, I'm talking about direct savings to the company's expenses, not any savings that a customer experiences, but those would be reflected on our books in the form of lower costs. And to the extent that incremental amounts are identified, then we said in the settlement that those would be reflected in the deferral. And then as we come forward in a future rate case where we request recovery of the deferred amounts and where we request continuing recovery of the revenue requirements for the plant placed into service, that test period would also reflect any reductions in operating expenses that occur, and that would be baked into future rates as well. Ms. Smith, is there anything that you would?
No, I have nothing to add to that. Thank
Okay, that's helpful. So just so I understand, for that late filing, there was a very useful scenario that you ran that took into consideration the terms of the settlement. And I don't know if I quoted the numbers earlier. Let me see if I can find them. But when the smoke clears and all of both the return and the depreciation and all the deferral is taken into consideration, that analysis showed approximately 200 million new revenue requirements going into effect required as of 2024. It had very little saving. I mean, it had no savings reflected in that. So we shouldn't take that as your estimate of the actual financial savings of these programs, or should we? Because I think our request for that testimony, we wanted you to take into consideration both the additional costs and the, for lack of a better term, the monetized savings that would show up as decreased or increased revenue requirements. So they may come, it's just that analysis specifically did not look at those.
That's correct. That analysis did not include those, and we have your request to provide additional information.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Hughes. All right, Commissioner McKissick?
Yes, one or two quick questions. And I'm trying to get a pretty good sense. I mean, we have the estimates that are provided in the settlement agreement for what we anticipate these projects will cost. Of course, you know, based upon the way things have been discussed today, we would, assuming the commission did allow deferral, which is yet to be determined, we would be looking at reviewing the actual cost of projects as they are actually, I guess, constructed and put into service. Now, I guess the thing that I'm trying to determine is simply this. Since it's based upon estimates, and these estimates could be close approximations, or they could be fairly substantial deviations in terms of actual costs, what additional information do you anticipate will be provided to us as a commission to assist us in making a determination as to whether the costs are being reasonably and prudently incurred based upon what the actual cost might actually end up being for some of these projects? Can you help me with that?
Well, I believe that when we request recovery in a future rate case, we will be filing expert witness testimony that will speak to the recovery of these costs. And I believe that that testimony would have in mind being able to support that that we have implemented those programs reasonably and prudently. Exactly what would be provided, I'm not really familiar enough with the programs to know for sure, but I also believe that what will happen is that we will clearly, if some amount is significantly different than estimated, we would be prepared to discuss why that would be. And I believe that when we go through that process, we will have lots of data requests from interveners asking appropriate questions about the outcome and our costs. I don't have any idea the volume or nature, but I feel fairly comfortable that we will be asked to provide a lot of information about our expenditures.
Commissioner McKissick, you are muted. Let's let the host take you off mute, and please ask your question again.
Sure. Yeah. I think the explanation that was provided helps substantially. I guess need to get my arms around the way this will unfold, assuming the commission were to move forward and grant deferral. I guess the only other question I might have, and I think probably Witness Oliver addressed it to some extent, based upon the nature and scope of what is proposed at this time, do you believe, can you set forth justification as to why these are kind of extraordinary expenses or transformative expenses deserving of deferral treatment? That would be it.
Well, I personally cannot, because I'm not familiar with the programs, but in my testimony, as does Ms. Smith, we both quote Witness Oliver's testimony as supporting that these are not customary spend. And as Witness Oliver has already said, in the previous commission's order, we read the instruction provided to us where the commission said, in that case, you have not convinced us that this is not customary spend, and you have not convinced us that this is a material impact on your business, because at that time we had not prepared the calculations that we've done now, and that it also said you need to undertake a collaborative effort. So Witness Oliver has spoken to all of that. So I think all I can really say is that I thought through the collaborative process and through particularly the review of the public staff of these programs, I'm presuming that these are extraordinary, unique, not customary spend. I'm relying on that process and the Witness Oliver as the subject matter expert there. Ms. Smith, is there anything that you would add?
I did want to say with the prudency and reasonableness review, Commissioner McKissick, that in that process, in the next general rate case, it will be like any other generating plant that, say, the Asheville CC, which we asked for a deferral through when new rates go into effect. The data request process Witness McManus discussed is very extensive. I was involved in part of that. The interveners look at, what the budget was, what the projected estimates were versus what we actually spend. And it's quite a robust process. And so the grid investments would be no different than with that auditing process with the estimates, projections versus what we actually end up our actuals. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you for those explanations. Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Commissioner McKissick. I want to take a moment right now. It appears that Commissioner Clodfelter is having some technical difficulties with his video. I want to confirm that he can still hear us. Commissioner Clodfelter, would you just say something to acknowledge that you've heard me?
I can hear perfectly fine. We don't know what's wrong with the video feed since I'm hardwired into the same network that you and Commissioner Duffley are.
Okay, but you are able to hear the testimony provided?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. No problem with it whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions on the commission's questions? Any from interveners?
Do you have one clarifying question, Chair Mitchell?
All right, Ms. Cummings.
For the panel, you gave a basis point impact relating to the settlement. Can you tell me, just a clarification, if those numbers are year 3 alone or in total of the 3 years?
For the ones I quoted for DEC, both of them are the cumulative impact at the end of the 3rd year.
And the same for DEP.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Madam Chair, Marcus Trathan for Tech Customers. I have a related question as well, following up on some questions from Commissioners Clodfelter and Hughes.
All right, Mr. Trathan.
With respect to the question that was just, so you've testified that the 70 basis point is a cumulative impact. And am I correct, Ms. McManus, that that analysis does not appear in your pre-filed testimony anywhere, correct?
That's correct. That was prepared in response to a data request that occurred after the second settlement.
Okay. And that analysis assumes that all of the items included in the public staff stipulations, that all of those items are pursued and all of the budgeted amounts are spent over a 3-year period. Is that correct?
That is correct, with one clarification. I noted that when you speak of calendar year 2020, we would not double count something that is already reflected in our current case. So it began with amounts that would be closed to plant and service June of 2020, and then continued for amounts closed in 2021 and 2022.
Okay. But your own joint testimony with Mr. Oliver that was filed on August 5th makes clear that if deferral is not granted, Duke Carolinas will not pursue all of the investments, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. But when we made these calculations, the one we made in our direct testimony and then the updated one we made them from the viewpoint of exactly what Commissioner Clodfelter was just, communicating to us, that we look at these programs as ones that are desirable to implement for all of the reasons that Witness Oliver laid out. And so we want to move forward on those programs. And so we did the calculations as if we would move forward versus in the traditional cost recovery world, we move forward and we have the adverse impacts of regulatory lag. So that's the information that we tried to communicate as the adverse impact, because we believe that that's the scenario that is the most appropriate, that we get to conduct these programs and that we are not subjected to the regulatory lag adverse impact.
Okay, but my point is simply that the 70 basis point analysis that apparently you've done since the stipulation doesn't reflect the real world impact of a decision not to grant deferral, does it?
It does not reflect the yes. I don't know how to say it differently. It's that if you don't spend the money, then obviously the regulatory lag impact is not as big. Now, I'm not the person to discuss this, but I, could say Witness Oliver could tell you all the reasons, all of the other impacts that would be unfortunate if you did not spend the money.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any additional questions from interveners on the commission's questions? All right, hearing none. Questions from Duke on the commission's questions?
I don't have any further questions. I would just note that I've confirmed that the joint testimony and exhibits of Mr. Oliver and Ms. McManus and the joint testimony and exhibits of Mr. Oliver and Ms. Smith have been entered into the record.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right, at this point in time, the panel may step down, and public staff, you may call your witnesses.
Madam Chair, if I could interrupt, this is Marcus Trathan for Tech Customers. I believe I have one exhibit that I need to put in the record if I could.
All right, Thank you, Mr. Tratham. I appreciate your reminder. Please proceed.
Would like to move into the consolidated docket, McManus Smith Tech Customers Cross Exhibit number 1.
All right, hearing no objections to your motion, it will be allowed. All right, anything else for my consideration before we turn to Ms. Cummings? All right,
No.
Ms. Cummings, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. The public staff calls Tommy Williamson, David Williamson, Jeff Thomas, and Michael Manus as a panel to testify on the grid improvement plan.
All right, let me confirm that I can see all of these gentlemen. All right, Mr. Thomas, there you are. Okay. And Mr. Manus, where are you? Mr. Manus?
Can you hear me? I can see my picture on the screen.
I can hear you, and up there you are. Okay. All right, gentlemen, raise your right hands, please. Let's get you under oath. You affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Cummings.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the Williamsons, Mr. David Williamson and Mr. Tommy Williamson. Please each state your name, business address, and business position for the record.
My name is David Williamson, and my business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'm an engineer with the Public Staff's Energy Division.
You're on mute, Tommy.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Tommy Williamson. Business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm also a utilities engineer for the public staff.
Mr. David Williamson and Mr. Tommy Williamson, on February 18th, 2020, did you call to be pre-filed in the Duke Energy Carolinas docket number E7 sub 1214 direct joint testimony consisting of 72 pages, appendices marked A through C, as well as five exhibits marked T and D Williamson exhibits 1 through 5 to that testimony?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, we do.
Please go ahead.
On page 66 of our testimony, and this is on page, starting on line 10, after the phrase and are not new, we want to insert the words or expanding the grid's abilities to communicate with other systems. And that's the end of that one. And then continuing on line 10, at the end of that line, after it says it 1.0 on, and then we want to insert the word both. Then on line 11, after the word transformative, insert the words and grid architecture. And then after the word metric will become plural, we're going to add an S there. So metrics on line 11. Then beginning with the word however on line 11 and continuing to the end of that sentence on line 13, that entire sentence will be deleted in its entirety.
Thank you. And I would like to know, we sent this correction along with the summaries if it's helpful to the court reporter. And you have a change to your exhibit as well?
Yes, this is in our direct testimony exhibit number 4, page 4 of 9. And there's a category column entitled Targeted Underground Tug. You follow that column down to the where the road intersects with the grid architecture road. Change that number from 3.0 to 1.0.
Thank you. And other than those corrections, if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I move that Mr. David Williamson and Mr. Tommy Williamson's pre-filed joint direct testimony as corrected be entered into the record and docket number E7 sub 1214 as if given orally from the stand and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand in the Duke Energy Carolinas rate case dockets at the appropriate time. And that Mr. David Williamson and Mr. Tommy Williamson's direct exhibits attached to the testimony be marked for identification as pre-marked.
All right, Ms. Cummings, hearing no objection to your motion, it will be allowed.
Thank you. Mr. David Williamson and Mr. Tommy Williamson, on April 13th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket E2 sub 1219 direct joint testimony consisting of 75 pages, appendices A through C, as well as 5 exhibits, marked T&D Williamson, exhibits 1 through 5 to your direct testimony?
Yes, we did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, we do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Chair Mitchell, I move that Mr. David Williamson and Mr. Tommy Williamson's pre-filed joint direct testimony be entered into the record in docket number E2 sub 1219 as if given orally from the stand and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand in the Duke Energy Progress rate case docket at the appropriate time. And that Mr. David Williamson and Tommy Williamson's exhibits attached to their joint direct testimony be marked for identification as pre-marked.
Hearing no objection to your motion, Ms. Cummings, it will be allowed.
Thank you. Mr. Tommy Williamson, do you have a summary of your joint testimonies for DEP and DEC?
Yes, I do.
Can you read that summary at this time?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Our testimony presents the results of our investigation of the company's, both DEC and DEP, overall quality of service, the performance of the company's vegetation management practices, and our evaluation of the company's request for a deferral of costs of the Grid Improvement Plan, or GIP. Our testimony provides the following recommendations for the Commission's consideration. 1, that the company's current overall quality of service is adequate. 2, that the Commission should update the filing requirements of docket number E100 sub 138A to include new indices utilized by the North Carolina electric utilities, along with the supporting data for all such indices. 3, that the Commission should require DEP to file reports of its vegetation management performance similar to the DEC reports filed in docket number E7 subs 1146 and 1182. 4, that for DEC, the Commission should approve the company's 3% increase in vegetation management expenses and find that current progress toward eliminating backlogged miles is currently on track. 5, that for DEP, the Commission should approve the company's 4.26% increase in vegetation management expenses. And 6, that the Commission should find the following GIP programs as extraordinary in type: self-optimizing grid, or SOG, subcomponents automation and control, and advanced distribution management system, ADMS, integrated volt var control, IVVC, for DEC only, transmission system intelligence, underground system automation, and integrated system operation planning, or ISOP. Taking into consideration the company's SAIDI and safety scores over the last decade, informal complaints and inquiries from DEC and DEP customers received from the Public Staff's Consumer Services Division, the consumer statements of position filed in both cases, and what the Public Staff observes from our individual interactions with both DEC and DEP. In addition to their customers, the Public Staff finds that the overall quality of service for both companies is adequate at this time. Vegetation management. Our investigation into both DEC and DEP's vegetation management practices involved a review of the vegetation management plans and the performance of each company's vegetation management team as it executed the plan year over year. In docket number E7 sub 1146, the Commission approved the stipulation between the Public Staff and DEC with regard to the backlog of trim mileage, and also placed filing requirements on DEC to provide specific data related to the trim mileage in question. Our review concluded that DEC is currently on track toward completing the backlog of trim mileage, and we will continue to monitor the company's reports and inform the commission of any issues should they arise, including if the company is no longer on track to eliminating its backlog of mileage. Additionally, for DEP's vegetation management, the public staff recommends that a similar reporting requirement to that of DEC's vegetation management performance be required for DEP. In reviewing both companies' request for an increase in vegetation management O&M cost, 3% for DEC and 4.26% for DEP, related to vegetation management contractor rates, our investigation concluded that these requests are reasonable. Review of the company's grid improvement plan. In this proceeding, the companies have proposed a 3-year, $2.3 billion in North Carolina retail grid improvement plan, or GIP, for its North Carolina service territory. This plan is proposed as a means to address certain trends, which the companies have labeled megatrends, as they attempt to deal with the changing needs of the electrical grid for their customers and adapting the grid to provide customers with safer and more reliable power. Our investigation of the GIP deferral request took into consideration multiple factors, including previous commission orders on rate cases and smart grid proceedings, the company's reliability indices, the current state of North Carolina's electric grid, the drivers behind the proposed investments, how other utilities and commissions are developing and responding to similar requests, and the company's cost-benefit analysis as discussed in more depth by public staff witness Thomas. Using this information as a starting point, we developed a process to determine if a program should be considered extraordinary in type and appropriate to consider for deferral. As a first step, we evaluated all of the GIP programs discussed in the testimony of DEC and DEP, witness Jay Oliver, using metrics derived from the U.S. Department of Energy's Modern Distribution Grid Project and the California Public Utility Commission's White Paper on Grid Modernization Framework to determine whether individual programs should be considered grid modernization. Our second step consisted of creating and applying an evaluation matrix to allow us to more objectively score each program. Our scoring matrix defined and scored the programs based on 3 metrics: transformative, does the program allow the utility to do something on the grid that it could not do before? Timing, what is the level of urgency to complete this program? And grid architecture, how does this program fit into the broader grid modernization architecture? After careful review and consideration of each program, the programs that we recommend as extraordinary in type are SOG Automation and Control, SOG ADMS, IVVC for DEC only, Transmission System Intelligence, Underground System Automation, and ISOP. We provided our recommendations to the Public Staff's Accounting Division to review regarding whether the cost for these specific programs should be considered extraordinary in magnitude, which is discussed by Public Staff Witness Manus. On July 31st, 2020, the Public Staff and the company entered into a second agreement and stipulation of partial settlement. For purposes of settlement, the Public Staff agrees that deferral accounting treatment is appropriate for the following programs: SOG Automation and Control, SOG ADMS, SOG Capacity, SOG Connectivity, IVVC, DEC only, Conversion to CVR for DEP only, ISOP, Transmission System Intelligence, Distribution Automation, all components, Power Electronics, DER Dispatch Tool, and Cybersecurity. The company has agreed to withdraw its request for deferral accounting for the remaining GIP components. This agreement is discussed in more detail by Public Staff Witness McLaughlin. This concludes our summary.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Witness Thomas now. Mr. Thomas, please state your name, business address, and business position for the record.
My name is Jeff Thomas. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street in Raleigh, North Carolina. And my role here is an engineer with the Energy Division.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, on February 18th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket number E7, sub 1214, direct testimony consisting of 74 pages, appendices marked A and B, as well as 7 exhibits marked Thomas Exhibits 1 through 7 to your direct testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you. Chair Mitchell, I move that Mr. Thomas's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record in docket number E7, sub 1214, as if given orally from the stand, and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand in the Duke Energy Carolinas rate case dockets at the appropriate time, and that Mr. Thomas's direct exhibits be marked for identification as pre-marked.
Hearing no objection to your motion, it will be allowed.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, on April 13th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket number E2, sub 1219, direct testimony consisting of 88 pages, appendices A and B, as well as 9 exhibits, Thomas Exhibits 1 through 9, to your direct testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you. Chair Mitchell, I move that Mr. Thomas's pre-filed direct testimony be entered into the record in docket number E2, sub 1219, as if given orally from the stand, and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand in the Duke Energy Progress rate case dockets at the appropriate time, and that Mr. Thomas's direct exhibits attached to this testimony be marked for identification as pre-marked.
Hearing no objection to your motion, it will be allowed.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas, do you have a summary of your testimony?
Yes.
And can you read that summary at this time?
Yes. The purpose of my testimony is to present the results of my investigation into Duke Energy Carolinas, LLC, DEC, and Duke Energy Progress, DEP, collectively Duke, proposed Grid Improvement Plan, or GIP. My testimony focuses on evaluating the cost-benefit analyses, or CBAs, submitted by Duke Witness Oliver, contained in his Exhibits 7 and 8, which support the proposed GIP programs within the optimized portfolio. Duke proposes $2.3 billion in NC retail and capital spending over the next 3 years to implement its GIP. The optimized portfolio presents 8 programs, which together comprise nearly $2 billion of capital and operations and maintenance costs combined across Duke's North Carolina service territories in net present value terms. Duke provides CBAs of each program within the optimized portfolio in its filing. According to the results of Duke CBAs, these 8 programs will provide over $9 billion in customer benefits over the life of the programs. In my review, I found several benefit categories which are speculative or not based on actual costs avoided, such as distributed energy resource enablement in DEP and certain environmental and capacity benefits in DEC. I also found that across both DEC and DEP, 87% of the GIP benefits from the optimized portfolio are related to customer reliability improvements, which are impossible to verify based on generalized average national outage cost estimates and are likely overstated. Of these customer reliability benefits, approximately 97% accrue to commercial and industrial customers, raising issues of equity as the program costs are assigned to customer classes based upon traditional cost of service allocation factors. I also raised concerns that the qualitative reliability improvements underlying these dollar estimates are overstated for several reasons. I also raised questions about the accuracy of GIP cost projections, which are generally high-level estimates with wide expected variance. These potential cost overruns are highlighted by my review of GIP expenditures that have been closed to plant and included for recovery in the DEP rate case. In many cases, actual costs are higher than projected in the company's CBAs. In future cost recovery proceedings for GIP expenses, the cost effectiveness of individual projects, including the accuracy of the measured and verified benefits, will play a major role in determining whether the investments were reasonable and prudent. Therefore, Duke should proceed with GIP thoughtfully, evaluating each program and project on an individual basis and tracking and reporting actual costs and benefits. Programs and projects that are not cost-effective should not be implemented. On July 31st, 2020, the public staff and Duke entered into the second agreement and stipulation of partial settlement. As it pertains to GIP, the agreement to deferral accounting treatment of certain programs constitutes only approval of the decision to incur GIP program costs, and the public staff reserves the right to review costs for reasonableness and prudence in future rate case proceedings. As part of the settlement agreement, Duke agrees to assess the cost effectiveness of GIP-related projects in an ongoing manner and file biannual reports detailing the costs and benefits for the programs deferred. This concludes my summary.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I'll turn to Mr. Manus now. Mr. Manus, please state your name, business address, and business position for the record. You're on mute. Sorry. You start over.
Michael C. Manus, Public Staff, North Carolina Utilities Commission, 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I am Director of the Accounting Division of the Public Staff.
Thank you. Mr. Manus, on February 18th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the Duke Energy Carolinas rate case, docket E7, sub 1214, direct testimony consisting of 50 pages, and Appendix A, as well as 2 exhibits identified as Manus Exhibits 1 and 2 to your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And on March 25th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same docket corrected pages 4 and 5 to your direct testimony?
Yes.
And on February 25th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same docket first supplemental testimony consisting of 9 pages and 1 exhibit identified as Manus Exhibit 3 attached to the testimony?
Yes.
And on March 25th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same docket second supplemental testimony consisting of 7 pages and 2 exhibits identified as Manus Exhibits 1 and 2 revised attached to your testimony?
I did.
And other than the correction noted and filed to your direct testimony, do you have any changes or corrections to your pre-filed testimony or exhibits in this proceeding?
No.
If I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. I move that Mr. Manus's corrected pre-filed direct testimony, first supplemental testimony, and second supplemental testimony be entered into the record in docket number E7, sub 1214, as if given orally from the stand, and copied into the records if given orally from the stand and the Duke Energy Carolinas rate case dockets at the appropriate time, and that Mr. Manus's exhibits and appendices attached to his pre-filed testimonies be marked for identification as pre-marked.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. Hearing no objection to your motion, it will be allowed.
Thank you. Turning now to DEP. Mr. Manus, on April 13th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the Duke Energy Progress rate case, docket number E2, sub 1219, direct testimony consisting of 61 pages and Appendix A, as well as 3 exhibits identified as Manus Exhibits 1 through 3 to your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And on April 23rd, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same docket supplemental testimony consisting of 8 pages and 3 exhibits identified as Manus Supplemental Exhibits 1 through 3 attached to the testimony?
Yes.
And on June 5th, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same docket testimony supporting partial settlement consisting of 8 pages, 3 exhibits identified as Manus Stipulation Exhibits 1 through 3 attached to the testimony?
I did.
And on July 31st, 2020, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same docket testimony supporting a second partial settlement consisting of 5 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to any of your pre-filed testimony or exhibits in this docket?
No, I do not.
And if I asked you the same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Mitchell, I move that Mr. Manus's pre-filed direct testimony, supplemental testimony, and testimony supporting partial settlement and second partial settlement be entered into the record in docket number E2, sub 1219, as if given orally from the stand, and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand and the Duke Energy Progress rate case dockets at the appropriate time, and that Mr. Manus's exhibits and appendices attached to his pre-filed testimony be marked for identification as pre-marked.
Hearing no objection to your motion, it will be allowed.
Thank you. Mr. Manus, Is your purpose here today to address the portions of your direct, supplemental, and settlement testimonies that relate to the company's proposed grid improvement plan?
It is.
Mr. Mace, do you have a summary of your testimonies as they relate to the grid improvement plan?
I do.
And can you read that at this time?
My initial testimony and first supplemental testimony in docket number E7, sub 1214, and my initial testimony and supplemental testimony in docket number E2, sub 1219, present my recommendations regarding the deferral of estimated costs related to Duke Energy Carolina LLC's and Duke Energy Progress LLC's Grid Improvement Plan, or GIP, estimated to be recorded in plant and service and operating expenses during the 2020 through 2022 period. In my various testimonies filed in subs 1214 and 1219, I explained that my objective in this matter was to present my conclusions regarding the deferral of the costs of the GIP programs deemed extraordinary in type and forwarded by the Public Staff Electric Division, now the Energy Division, to the Accounting Division for the purpose of determining if the estimated costs of the identified programs were substantial enough in magnitude to justify deferral. In many situations, deferral accounting is justifiable before the Commission only by meeting both prongs of a two-pronged test. The costs must be qualitatively very unusual, even extraordinary in type, and they must be very significant, even extraordinary in magnitude. Significant enough that the Commission can reasonably conclude that they are clearly not being recovered in then current customer rates. There can be other circumstances that justify deferral. However, in the case of the GIP, utilizing the prongs of extraordinary in type and magnitude seems most appropriate. To make the determination of magnitude in each case, the Accounting Division conducted an analysis focusing on the basis point impact on earned return on equity of the investment plus certain expenses over the 3-year period. The baseline for the analysis was the public staff's recommended capital structure, cost rates, including ROE, rate base, and net operating income in each proceeding. Normally, in conducting an analysis of this type, the public staff would consider the actual earnings of the company during the year as compared to the most recently approved ROE. However, in these cases, I instead use the public staff's recommended earnings and ROE as a reasonable proxy for actual earnings during the deferral period. Additionally, due to the programmatic nature of the GIP, I chose to consider deferral of the applicable amounts during the entire 3-year period, excluding those portions of 2020 included in each company's initial update period. The results of my analysis were, for DEC, an average basis point impact of only approximately 20.33 basis points per year. For DEP, the average was only 13.33 basis points per year, after the revision noted in my supplemental testimony. Under normal circumstances, the public staff would not recommend deferral of costs with basis point impacts so small. However, in these cases, the public staff took special notice of relevant language in the Commission's final order in DEC's most recently completed general rate case, docket number E7, sub 1146. In that order, when addressing the company's request for a rate rider for the costs of the precursor to the GIP, the Power Forward program, the Commission denied the request, but also stated with regard to alternatively approving deferral, consequently, with respect to demonstrated Power Forward costs incurred by DEC prior to the test year, in its next rate case, the Commission authorizes expedited consideration and, to the extent permissible, reliance on leniency in imposing the extraordinary expenditure test. The public staff interprets this language as appearing to offer possible leniency regarding the magnitude of costs or financial impacts necessary to justify deferral. For this reason, and this reason only, I testified that I did not object to the Commission allowing deferral of the costs of the programs identified as eligible in each case by the Energy Division, as long as the Commission determined that the estimated amount of basis point impacts falls within the range of leniency that it is willing to grant. The public staff also recommended certain other restrictions, including that the choice of an amortization period or periods be left to each company's next general rate case. On July 31st, 2020, the public staff and the company entered into the second agreement and stipulation of partial settlement. For purposes of settlement, the public staff agrees that deferral accounting treatment is appropriate for the following programs: SOG, capacity and connectivity, segmentation and automation, and ADMS, IVVC for DEC only, conversion to CVR for DEP only, ISOP, transmission and system intelligence, distribution automation, power electronics, DER dispatch tool, and cybersecurity. The company's agreed to withdraw its request for deferral accounting for the remaining projects. This concludes my summary.
Thank you. Chair Mitchell, the panel is available for cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cummings. My notes indicate that NC Justice Center, you're up first.
No questions, Chair Mitchell. I believe that was a relic from a prior version. I was supposed to be in the column for questions on questions.
Okay. All right, NCSEA, you're up.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ben Smith, Regulatory Counsel from North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. I just have a couple questions for the panel. And I'm sorry I can't direct the questions yet to a specific person on the panel, but I'm hoping to get there after one or two. The first question is, are any of you familiar with the grid improvement plan portions of the second stipulation and settlement between the Duke companies and the public staff? And what I'm asking about is specifically speaking to the commitment between the Duke companies and public staff to develop biannual reporting requirements to track the grid improvement adjustments.
Yes, we're familiar with the settlement item.
Mr. Thomas, would it be most appropriate to direct questions about the reporting requirements to you?
I think we can all respond to those questions, but feel free to fire them off. We'll answer them as best we can.
Sure thing. And just so it's clear, I don't intend to go through the negotiation of the settlement or anything like that. This is strictly about the actions of the public staff commensurate with what the settlement agreement says. One of the the parts that I wanted to discuss was the settlement agreement. I'm talking about the second stipulation of settlement agreement between the public staff and the Duke companies, called for a set of reporting requirements for the GIP projects. And the first of these reports is required to be filed in the second half of 2020. Has the public staff begun working with the Duke companies on this report, given that we're already in the second half of 2020?
I would just point out, I believe the language of the settlement requires that the first of these reports shall be filed reflecting GIP expenditures that occurred in the last 6 months of 2020. So that first report might not be coming out until 2021.
All right, thank you. That's helpful. And was there discussion? Well, scratch that. One of the concerns of NCSEA is wanting to be involved in the discussion of the requirements for reporting to the commission, including the grid improvement plan projects, which NCSEA has signed up for settlement similar to the public staff in some ways. So I guess my next question is, do you think it would be beneficial to have some transparency to the other parties, particularly the parties who've provided witnesses in this proceeding and in these proceedings regarding the GIP programs, to discuss the reporting requirements?
The second settlement does refer to the public staff and Duke working on these reporting requirements, but I think in terms of input from our other parties, public staff is always open to discussing matters related to GIP with other interveners as well, and expect that the reports will be available for other interveners to review in the future as well.
All right, thank you. Just two more questions, I think. On pages 10 and 11 of that second settlement and stipulation, there's a list of the different reporting requirements, and truly appreciated. But sub 3 requires a summary of actual benefits compared to projected benefits. Can any of you speak to what that means within the context of evaluating the GIP projects?
I could take a first crack, and if anyone likes to add, they are welcome to. When we talk about those projected benefits, I think what we're really looking at is the cost benefit analyses that were filed by Witness Oliver. Those cost benefit analyses made estimates of things like CI and CMI, customer interruptions and customer minute interruptions saved, and then they also converted those into dollars using some interruption cost estimates. I think from our perspective, we certainly want to make sure that as these programs are rolled out, that the actual CI and CMI savings are reasonably within the range of the estimates provided in the cost benefit analyses.
Thank you. That's helpful. So it's fair to say that this will be that any cost benefit analysis about projected versus actual will be within the context of what Duke has already provided. There won't be a new analysis, new cost benefit analysis made.
Well, the settlement does require at least one new cost benefit analysis that for the automated lateral device program, and we would expect that Duke, when they're evaluating these programs, takes into account some of the feedback on the cost benefit analyses that have been provided.
Additionally, if I could also add to Mr. Thomas's answers, we would be interested when looking at these benefits, determining if they can be quantified in dollar terms and the extent to which those dollar terms would be used to offset the eventual recovery of deferred costs.
Understood. And going forward, if there's legislative changes, for instance, the Clean Energy Plan, or if Duke has its own internal structure, the Duke's corporate clean energy goals, is the public staff prepared to reevaluate things based upon moving metrics, particularly if the cost of carbon, for instance, starts to be included within analyses?
Certainly, the public staff follows and adheres to all statutes, commission rules, and regulations that govern it. We expect it to comply with those. And
Excuse me, this court reporter. Could those that are not speaking mute? I'm getting some feedback. Thank you very much. If you could repeat, Mr. Thomas.
Sure. So yeah, the public staff expects Duke to comply with all statutes and regulations, and we would take those into account as we're doing the review of actual versus projected benefits in the future.
And given what you said before, that this is going to be backward looking for the second half of 2020, is it fair to say y'all haven't started collaborating with them on these reporting requirements at this point?
Beyond the minimum requirements that are in the settlement, we're waiting to kind of see if this settlement is approved, and we have not started those stakeholder discussions.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. I believe up next is Mr. Trathan on behalf of the tech customers.
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, just confirming that you do still have cross-examination for the panel.
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, at this point in time, I'm going to go ahead so as not to interrupt you once you get started. We're going to break for lunch now. When we come back, Mr. Trathan, we will start with you. Let's go off the record now. We will come back on the record at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, you need to turn your camera off.
It unmutes you temporarily.
or a microphone? Well, I can detect, apparently the microphone's coming in. Now I can't detect the camera. You know, that's the problem we had Monday, Hubert, with the docking station. And so we took the machine off the docking station. But it's the same thing. They don't even detect the webcam.
No, I can see you.
My screen says we can't detect a web camera device. To turn on video, connect a camera device or check your camera connection.
I don't remember seeing that on Monday.
Yeah, I have a. Let me just turn off your audio here.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of feedback. No.
Hey, this is Bo Summers. I just want to let you know we can see you now.
So audio and video are turned on now.
I'm gonna mute my cell phone.
All right.
Go ahead and give me a little test, audio test.
Testing, testing. Hubert is awesome. John is awesome.
I like that. That's good.
It's a good test.
Yes. No, video and audio look great. I mean, you sound good. You're not breaking up or anything. I guess you worked your magic. Do you know what was the problem?
Well, we got an external USB device on here now. It looks like the camera, the hardware just ain't working on the laptop. So WebEx can't see it and Teams can't see it. So
all right.
This is a quick workaround that should get him going for now. So that was the goal until we can troubleshoot some more.
All right, great. Well, thank you.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and mute out Hubert and stop the video.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and try to see if I can research, see if I can find a solution for this.
Okay, cool, man.
All right.
Yep.
Did you call me?
No, baby. You still good, Dan?
What happened to you? Something that's colorful?
Yeah, so he wanted to move it to the larger monitor because that's what he's using most. So instead of people seeing the side, so I just placed it on the larger monitor. He may have to adjust it whenever he gets back in because he's it's a little lower than what I do. But yeah, I think we're good. He did mention about participating from home, so he can keep this USB one for now as a backup just in case. And we can always, circle back and pick it up later. But I just want to make sure he's good with what he needs going forward.
Yeah, I'll talk to Lisa. We may have to order one of those as well.
Okay.
I'm thinking just to keep as a backup, just like you guys did. But yeah, hopefully I can figure out what's going on with it, and we don't have to worry about that. But I think if he takes it, then we would need another one, additional one, just in case this happens again.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think you're still connected through TeamViewer as well, it looks like. So just as an FYI.
Yeah, let me disconnect. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine.
Yep, I just disconnected. So
okay.
It's just him.
So the connection has ended. So I can just say deactivate.
Yep.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm right across the hall in case something comes up. Let me know, and we'll go from there.
Okay, I appreciate it, Dan.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go and mute back out.
All right.
All right, thanks. Yep. Bye.
Hey, this is Christina. Can y'all hear me?
Hey, Christina. Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect, thanks.
Commissioner Hughes, are you on?
John, I think Commissioner Hughes' mic has been on all during the lunch break.
Yeah, because the problem with his mic is that I don't have the option to turn it off, so I don't know what's going on there.
Hey, John, I think there is an option. I'm trying to look for it now, but I think it may allow you to mute all. And of course, we don't want to leave it like that, but I just wanted to see if that would work.
It did not. Yeah, it's still open. It muted you, by the way.
Thanks.
But yeah, like I don't have any kind of option with him.
Yeah, I see that too. Heather, this is Marcus. If you're out there, can you hear me okay?
Actually, I can hear you fine. You sound and look good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
No problem.
Success. Joanne, can you hear me and see me okay?
I can't, much better than before.
Well, my webcam simply died. It just decided to give up the ghost and quit.
You just never know when those things are going to happen.
Yeah.
But you sound fine now.
All right.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let's go ahead and go back on the record, please. Joanne, you good? Okay, thank you. Mr. Trathan, we are with you.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Again, this is Marcus Trathan. I represent the tech customers. My clients are interveners in only the Duke Carolinas proceeding. So to the extent I'm referring to testimony, I'd be referring to testimony in the DEC matter. Mr. Thomas, if I could start with you, you make some important distinctions in your testimony between operational benefits and reliability benefits for purposes of Duke's CBAs. Could you just explain the distinction you're making between those concepts?
Certainly. In my testimony, I define the operational benefits as those benefits that would accrue to the customer in terms of, and actually show up on their bills. So that would be a reduction in operating expenses associated with outages. It would be fuel and other O&M cost savings, which would flow to customers, and other like capacity benefits, things that the ratepayer will directly benefit through lower utility bills. The other category, the indirect benefits, I refer to those mostly to capture those which are quantified in the CBAs, but would not directly accrue to a customer. So the big example of that is reliability benefits. An avoided outage for a customer would not actually reduce their bill, but there is some value there in that customer avoiding the benefit.
Okay. And I believe that when you looked only at operational benefits, you found that only 10% of the total benefits were operational in nature. Is that right?
That is correct. It was about 10% was operational and the rest was the indirect.
And if you only consider the operational benefits, the benefit cost ratio that you calculated actually caused the entire GIP proposal to fall below 1, correct?
That is correct. The costs exceed the operational benefits, but there are benefits associated with improved reliability. It just would not flow to directly to the utility bill.
And have you recalculated that number subsequent to the stipulation entered into between the public staff and Duke?
I have. Looking only at the settlement programs, that would be SOG and IVVC. The operational benefits make up about 5% of the total benefits. Oh, I'm sorry. It would be less. It would be 18%. And that's only SOG and IBVC, and I am looking at Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas. I haven't done that simply for DEC.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So then the 18% number that you gave is the combined number, just looking at operational benefits.
For Duke Energy Progress and Carolinas, North Carolina jurisdiction.
Okay. And I believe that you would agree that there were no CBAs conducted for projects in the modernize or protect categories. Is that right?
That is correct. And the second settlement does, Duke does commit to perform a cost benefit analysis for one distribution automation program, which is in the modernized category.
Okay, so there are at least 4 programs in the public staff set of stipulated projects for which there is not a CBA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I think it's just fair to just looking at summary of your analysis to say that you had significant concerns about reliance on the Duke CBAs to justify the GIP investments. Did you not?
I did. I raised those concerns in my testimony and focused on the concerns that I had with the quantification of those benefits.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. If I could turn to the Williamson testimony. I will direct my questions to Tommy Williamson, just so I've got someone to direct them to, but feel free, David, to chime in as well. Mr. Williamson, if you would, just looking at the general term grid modernization, would you agree that modernization means changing or adapting to new technology? Is Mr. Williamson there?
Mr. Williamson, you're on mute, so you'll need to restate your answer, please.
Thank you very much. My apologies. Yes, so state modernization in general would be moving from a place from where you are into something newer. So yes, moving forward.
And wouldn't you expect that utilities would be adopting new technology in the ordinary course?
Well, it's if I would go back and look at what part of what the company did in their testimony, they talked about business as usual. And within that, I think we have struggled from the last rate case into this one of understanding what is grid modernizations. If you look at business as usual, as the company puts it, within that can also be grid improvement, grid modernization, grid transformation, up to extraordinary type activity. And I think what we've seen is there's no clear lines of distinction or demarcation between those types. Matter of fact, the parties may disagree about what goes into each one of those categories. And recently, the North Carolina Clean Tech Center actually said that grid modernization is a very broad term, with no set definition. So we've struggled with that along with others, and that's mostly a good bit of what drove our desire to create the matrix that we did to bring some objectivity to a very subjective subject.
Okay, but just sort of setting aside, and I realize that that's a focal point of your testimony is try to suss out what constitutes true grid mod, but let's just set that aside. Just in terms of the general concept here of modernization, really what I was trying to ask is, wouldn't we expect a utility like Duke to be modernizing its network in the ordinary course?
I think when you look at utilities in general, like you say, that we're never standing still. I think there's the concept of good utility practice where they're always adapting and moving forward, responding to stresses and stressors on the system. And so there would be improvement as we go along, not necessarily putting like for like technology when the old technology is obsolete. we're going to move forward, like you said, and modernize. So I accept your point.
So could you turn to page 39 of your joint testimony? I guess it's in both dockets.
Okay.
And at lines 10 and 11, you are referring back to the last rate order of the commission in sub 1146. Do you see that?
Yes, beginning with the order states.
Yes. And I think that 4 to 12 is really dealing with the prior order. At lines 10 through 12, the order states that the company would need to demonstrate its cost can be properly classified as power forward and grid modernization. So my question is this, are you reading that order to conclude that anything that's properly characterized as grid modernization could be recovered through deferral accounting?
Let me read it again. Well, I think what I previously answered that about the difficulty of this, what word can be defined as, grid modernization. In this case, what we were asked to do was look at all the GIP programs and determine would they meet the standard of being an extraordinary type. And like we say, we got sort of that spectrum of from business and usual all the way to extraordinary type. Grid modernization is in that spectrum. So, all I can say is what we did in this case was try to make a determination and evaluation of the GIP programs as to what was extraordinary type.
Okay.
And Mr. Williamson, Mr. David Williamson may have some other comments on that, and I'll let him answer.
Mr. David Williamson, did you have anything to add?
No, I don't have any comments to add to that, but I would say that the construct of how a deferral would be evaluated would probably better be identified through Mr. Public Staff Witness Manis.
Okay, thank you. So going back to Mr. Tommy Williamson, I believe that you attended the various stakeholder meetings around the GIP plan. Is that correct?
Yes, we did. And other members of the public staff as well.
Okay, and am I correct that there was not consensus on any of the items presented in that process?
Yeah, I think when we got to the end of the about a year's long process, yeah, I think it'd be fair to say there was no global consensus on any of the grid improvement programs.
So from the point of time that Duke first presented its plan to stakeholders, to the stakeholder group in that process, to the conclusion of that process, were you able to discern any changes that they made to their plan that resulted from stakeholder consensus?
Well, I'd say throughout the process, there was a great deal of conversation. There was a lot of, I'd say, input and presentations given. So again, I would say that I don't necessarily believe there was global consensus on the GIP programs. I will say there was movement and change from what the company had originally proposed in the Power Forward program in the sub 1146 proceeding, and what's before us today.
Clearly, but you may have misunderstood my question. That wasn't what I was asking. I was asking from the point of time that Duke first presented its plan to the stakeholder group after the last rate case. To the conclusion of that process, did you perceive any changes resulting from stakeholder consensus?
I don't know if I would say consensus, but I think from stakeholder input, I would agree with that. Fairly consensus.
Okay. Mr. Mattis, if I could turn to you, please. In the last case, the last rate case, you testified that, and I'm talking about the last Duke Carolina's rate case. You testified with respect to the Power Forward proposal. Anytime the commission splits apart one item or group of items for single item rate making through either a rider or deferral accounting, it upsets the balance set by the precepts of GS 62-133. Is this still your position?
It is. That does not mean that it's unjustified or unreasonable in all cases, but it is a departure from that standard rate making methodology.
And I believe you also testified in that case, and it's the same proceeding, that it should be used sparingly. Is that still your position?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because the legislature has set up this general approach to rate making in which we consider in a rate case all of the utilities, revenues, and costs in determining what the overall rate should be. And when you look at a single item and only a single item, you're by necessity sort of ignoring changes that may have happened with other revenues and costs. And so the general structure of 62-133 provides that we look at the whole picture to determine what the appropriate rates should be.
Okay, so in your prior testimony, again, you stated that for purposes of a rider or deferred accounting, the cost intended to be included should be easily identifiable to avoid future issues and controversies. Is that still your position?
Yes, it is.
And do you have an opinion here with respect to the specific projects in issue, whether the cost descriptions that have been provided are sufficiently specific?
That is probably something that would be better addressed by one of the Mr. or both of the Mr. Williamsons. I took the numbers that they provided to me as being indicative that these projects could be identified, quantified as being extraordinary in type, and that they would be able to be, as actual costs were expended, they would be able to be identified and associated with particular projects.
Understood. So my understanding of your testimony is that you did calculate the negative impact to DEC's ROE, and that in the ordinary course, you would not have concluded that those the impact to ROE was sufficiently significant to qualify for deferral accounting. Is that accurate?
That's generally accurate, and but keep in mind, I was looking just at, or in the case of DEC, at the 6 projects that had been passed to me by our electric engineers as being extraordinary in type.
Right. But you concluded nonetheless, based on your interpretation of the Commission's June 2018 rate order, that the test should be applied with more leniency. And did I read your testimony correct?
That's not exactly it. I think my testimony stated that I wouldn't object to it if the Commission determined that it fell within the range of leniency that they intended by the previous order.
Okay. The Commission, of course, isn't bound by its last order in this case, is it?
No, they're not bound by it.
Okay. And certainly they're in the best position to read the order and determine what they meant by that. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, and that's why my testimony reads as it does. It was basically leaving it in the hand of the Commission, identifying the basis point impact, indicating that in the normal course of evaluating deferral requests, in most cases, at least, that we would be applying this two-pronged test approach, that we would not consider that to be a significant enough basis point impact to recommend deferral.
Okay. Mr. Manus, I'll start with you, and you may not be the appropriate person for this question. But with respect to the settlement agreement, there is a reporting requirement that has been discussed, I think a biannual reporting requirement, and there are 5 items that are articulated there. The last item refers to supporting data and analyses that informed significant changes to the original scope for the SOG and IVVC programs. Are you familiar with that requirement?
I did not work on the development of that requirement specifically, so I think that would probably be best addressed to one of the other witnesses.
This is Jeff. I think I can speak to that as well with the Williamsons, but I'm familiar with that reporting requirement.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Thomas. So my question is it your understanding that then, in view of this number 5, that Duke Carolinas is permitted to make significant changes to the scope of at least these 2 programs, consistent with the stipulation entered into between the public staff and DEC?
Yes, I think that portion would imply that they need to, if they are going to make changes, significant changes to the scope, either increasing the scope or expanding the scope or reducing the scope, we would want to see that underlying data and analysis which justify that expansion or contraction of the scope. In particular, I think what we were going for with this is if, say, Duke is finding that the benefits are not materializing as expected, we would expect that would inform reductions in scope. And if we found that the benefits were far greater than expected, and we were able to, there was enough analysis to support that, they may choose to expand the scope. But essentially, we just want to see that data and that analysis so we can review it and understand where their decision making is coming from.
And Mr. Trathan, I hate to play ping pong with you with Mr. Thomas, but I feel compelled to also point out that the stipulation requires that the projects be continue to be evaluated on an ongoing basis, and that would certainly play into the ultimate decision as to what the public staff's recommendation might be with regard to recovery of the deferred costs through amortization.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Manus, did you hear my exchange with Ms. McManus with regards to her calculation of the basis points impact?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you understand her to acknowledge that that DEC's testimony is that in the event that deferral is not granted, they are unlikely to proceed with the plan as it currently exists?
I don't recall her making a specific statement, but I've heard that in general from company witnesses through reading of testimony, et cetera.
And so how do you calculate then the impact on ROE if you don't know what they're going to spend?
Well, for example, in the basis point impact analysis I did, we're trying to determine what the effect would be if they did proceed in order to determine whether deferral is justified. So I'm not quite sure if you're asking, how do you evaluate a decision not to proceed? Are you saying at a specific lower level of spending, or could you clarify a little bit for me?
Yeah, that's my question. I'm trying to get at if deferral is not granted, how would one evaluate the impact on Duke's ROE? And if you don't know what the spend is, I don't know how you would do that math.
Well, I don't know if this will help, but of course, when this all comes to when deferral is complete and we begin to determine whether those deferred costs should be recovered through amortization, under the settlement, we will not, if the settlement's approved, we won't be making a decision at that point whether the costs should have been deferred or not. Now, if deferral is not approved, then the question of what the basis point impact is as far as ultimate recovery is concerned is not paramount as it is in the case of deferral. I think in that case, we would be looking at these projects as we always do, and as we will be doing anyway, even with deferral approved, were the costs as incurred reasonable and prudently incurred. I'm not sure I've totally answered your question, but I'm a little bit not certain how that determination would be made, the impact of not making an expenditure. I mean, I guess you could easily say it would be the reverse of the impact of making the expenditure.
Okay, that's fine. You've answered my question, and I don't have any further questions.
All right, any additional cross-examination for the panel?
Madam Chair, this is Jim Jeffries. Duke and the public staff have waved cross on each other's exhibits, but I've been asked, or each other's witnesses, but I've been asked to make a point of clarification with witness Thomas. I believe Ms. Downey knows about this and is agreeable to it. So subject to her agreement, I'd like Mr. Thomas one question.
All right, Ms. Cummings, I see that you have.
You can proceed, Mr. Jeffries.
All right, and Ms. Downey, I see you now. Are you okay? Mr. Jeffries, proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Jeffries. We're not able to see you right now, so you may be. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Oh, sorry about that.
All right, you're back.
Thanks. Mr. Thomas, real quickly, in your summary indicated appropriately, I think, that your direct testimony indicated that the public staff's findings on the company's respective qualities of service were that they were adequate. Is that right?
I believe you may be referring to the summary of Tommy and David Williamson's testimony.
Oh, my apologies. I thought that was you.
I did not discuss the service quality, but you can.
All right, let me switch to the Williamsons then. Did you hear my question to Mr. Thomas about the indications that service quality for deck and depth were adequate?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and apparently that hurt somebody's feelings because subsequently there was an agreement in the settlement agreement that the service quality for both companies is in fact good, right?
Yes, on page 19, paragraph M, it does state that this level of service is good. You're correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Right.
All right, additional cross-examination for this panel. All right, hearing none, any redirect for the panel?
No redirect, Chair Mitchell.
All right, questions for the panel from the commission. I'll start with you, Commissioner Brown-Bland.
Yes, I think my questions are mostly for Mr. Manus. Mr. Manus, and as you've gone over with us in your summary, am I reading it correctly that with regard to the deferral question, the public staff would continue to oppose these agreed upon programs in the settlement, but for the commission's last opinion and the public staff's interpretation of some language found in that order on the last rate case?
Unfortunately, I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. The original 6 programs, which we said we would not object to if the commission did find itself within those to be within the bounds of that leniency, If not for that commission language, we would most likely recommend that those costs not be deferred. With regard to the settlement, it still obviously lies within the commission's bounds of determining what leniency, if any, should be allowed. But the settlement specifies that we are recommending that that deferral be approved for all of those programs at this point, all including the original 6.
And if public staff had not entered into the settlement, and you didn't make an interpretation of the commission's last order with regard to leniency and what that meant, what parts of the deferral test would you find weren't met?
The magnitude part.
And in your opinion, in your many years of experience doing this, the magnitude goes to which part of the test?
It's to me, as I understand the second prong, it is the 2 prongs, excuse me. It is the second prong that it'd be extraordinary in size and magnitude in terms of the amount of cost, not extraordinary in terms of the type of expenditure. That was the part that our electric engineers looked at. And I looked at the magnitude, which I interpret as being the second prong.
All right. And when we give numbers and prongs, we kind of get a little confused, I think, or at least I do. So if I'm looking back at our, and I'm actually looking at your testimony in the E2 sub 1219, which is DEP, on page 58, you quote out a section from our last rate case order for DEC. You quote it from. But
I think it's in both. Yeah, I've got my DEC right in front of me. I can reach for the DEP if necessary, but I think
but this language,
the same quote is in both. I think it's in my first supplemental in DE.
I'm looking at I think I'm looking at direct
for
on
DEP.
page 58 for DEP.
All right, let me pull that up real quickly. Yes, I have it in front of me.
All right, and this language in that first part of starting at your line 11 through 18, in that little section, paragraph that's quoted there, it talks about for the commission to grant deferral accounting, the utility first must show that the costs are extraordinary in both type of expenditure and in magnitude. And the Williamsons testified to the type of expenditure, that these are different from run-of-the-mill, everyday, frequent occurrences. And then magnitude, as you discussed, here, to me, this would appear to go to the extraordinary piece. It's still answering the question of whether we have an extraordinary expenditure. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. I think, it's extraordinary. I think the 2 subcomponents of that are extraordinary in type and extraordinary in magnitude.
And so you would agree that both subsets of extraordinary need to be considered. And do they both, you would think, need to be met, or you could rest on one or the other, just in your experience of dealing?
Well, I think it's different for each case. There from time to time may be expenditures that even though they may not quite be as big, that maybe they're extraordinary. I think it's hard to pass that sort of test if it's not extraordinary in magnitude. It would have to be very, very unusual, I think. Now, if you're talking about certain items, like I think a good example of this is a major hurricane or storm or ice storm or something like that, you might reach an argument. You might have an argument that, well, they're not that extraordinary in type because it seems like we have something every, at least in the current period, every couple of years. But they are so big and of such magnitude that in those cases you can be all right with deferral, mainly because it's so large and the incurrence of a cost that large in a single time period is pretty extraordinary in itself, even if it's not extraordinary in type. But for a discretionary type of expenditure like this, I think that you really need to look at both prongs fairly equally, and it needs to satisfy both tests.
And met the extraordinary, having made some sort of determination that yes, we're looking at extraordinary expenditures, and within that having satisfied the magnitude subpart, would you agree that the magnitude could be satisfied for that purpose, but we still would not necessarily have, or at least proof would still be required to establish materiality, which is an impact on the financial condition of the company? Would you agree?
Yes, and I think that's generally part of the magnitude determination. In fact, that is, I believe that that's covered in either my direct or first supplemental in DEC and in my direct in DEP. Normally, we would look at the impact on the financial income or return on equity, but we would also look at what the existing return on equity was. So if you're between rate cases, for example, but if the utility is earning 13 or 14%, that may be a hard hill to climb for them to say that there's going to be some impact on their financial condition that would justify deferral. But since we're coming right out of the rate case here, and we're going to be setting rates that are supposed to give them the opportunity to recover just that cost of capital that is deemed appropriate by the commission, we use that as the baseline instead of using the actual financial returns as a baseline.
So to be clear, you would agree that you could have a large magnitude helping to satisfy the extraordinary piece, but you may at the same time not have a materiality that impacts the company in some adverse manner.
Well, maybe I haven't totally been clear. I think extraordinary is the impact of the single piece, if extraordinary, is by definition material when considered by itself. What I was speaking to, and maybe I answered your question the wrong way, is even if material, even if extraordinary, the return without that item may already be so high that you would conclude that deferral would not be justified.
And I believe that you could have an adverse impact to the company's earnings or rate of return on common equity that itself is not of a level or magnitude that you would consider material. Is that correct? In other words, not
yes.
every level of adverse impact satisfies the materiality test.
I would agree, and I guess I'm speaking in terms of accounting definitions For example, in the DEC, the DEP, in 2021, in my initial direct testimony, I'd calculated a basis point impact, a 14 basis point impact. Now, I think from an accounting perspective, that's probably a material impact, but it is not, in our view, an extraordinary impact that would justify deferral. Material is a lot smaller standard to have to pass than extraordinary is, in our viewpoint. If it's not material, I guess speaking again in accounting terms, if it's immaterial, you essentially don't have to pay any attention to it whatsoever in terms of whether some sort of accounting adjustment would need to be made. I think an extraordinary item is going to be larger, so that by definition, it is material. It is both material and extraordinary.
All right. So, except when you then look at the big picture, and as you example you gave a minute ago, you see that the company is not, the financial condition of the company is not adversely impacted or impacted to a great degree, correct? So,
right, that it's
your
not.
earlier testimony said something could be extraordinary, but then you look at it and say, oh, but they're over earning. So that doesn't lead to deferral. Is that your testimony?
Exactly. If the commission had approved overall rate of return or return on equity of 9 point something expense, 9 point something percent, and this single item reduced their actual earnings from 12 to 11, then I think our recommendation would be that deferral not be allowed. But as I said, we didn't apply that type of test because we were essentially using the baseline of where they would be coming out from this case, which is with rates approved to earn just that level of return on equity that the commission deemed appropriate.
So it's always part of the public staff's analysis on deferral decisions to look at the impact on the company's financial and see what the impact on earnings and rate of return on common equity. Do you always look at those in every single case?
I wouldn't say it would be every single case. For example, there are some that are essentially written into law or written into the commission rules that you're going to allow deferral accounting, like fuel, DSM, that type of thing. There are others where the deferral accounting may simply be appropriate because it is better accounting and better rate making. And one of the items in dispute in the rate case is like that. It's with the sale of the hydro units. Our recommendation is essentially that deferral is appropriate because deferral and recovery over future years is just better rate making than simply having it totally absorbed by the company in 1 year or writing it off in 1 year. We're just arguing about how many years should it be at this point on that issue. So there are a multitude of reasons. Different items are brought up for deferral. Another one is that I think of is a new generating plant, where the overall intent is both to act as sort of a proxy for interim rates and at least effectively synchronize from an earnings standpoint the date that new rates go into effect and the date that the plant goes into service, even though physically they are different dates. But we can employ deferral accounting in those cases because really the plant may be driving the rate case, and so it makes sense to defer the cost of the plant going into service until the rates take effect. So in those types of cases, magnitude sort of takes a back seat to other considerations. But in a case like this, where it's a discretionary expenditure, And the question is one of the timing and the size of the expenditure that both the extraordinary in type and the extraordinary in magnitude test should be pretty equally evaluated.
So the outside of something that's required by statute or something like that, the financial you wouldn't say, or would you say the financial condition of the company is always something that's a part of this analysis?
Yes.
It always is.
I hate to say that the exception proves the rule, but when you say always,
well, almost always.
I would say almost always, yes.
All right. And so I think you just included some of this, but the commission in other cases has indicated that the impact on the company's financial condition, while the commission may consider other matters, it often considers the earnings and the return, rate of return, that kind of thing. So what you just spoke to were examples of some of the other kinds of matters that might be considered.
Yes.
In terms of the company's financial condition.
Yes.
All right. So on, you mentioned timing a minute ago, and I wanted to come back to that. So, hang on. Going back to your direct testimony and the quoted portions from the commission's prior opinion or prior order, which there's indication here that were the company in the future before its next rate case to request a deferral outside the test year and meet the test of economic harm, that the commission would entertain a request for deferral. And let me see. Just a minute. And there, I think you quoted it in your summary where it said, consequently, with respect to the demonstrated power forward cost incurred prior to the test year in the next case, what I'm getting at was, did not the commission's language there seem to indicate historical spending between rate cases and not during the rate case?
I think I understand what you're asking. When I read the commission's order, the excerpts from the commission's order that you're referring to, I interpreted what the company's asking for here as generally falling within that premise, because we're really talking about prior to the test year of a future rate case. That they're asking for deferral of costs prior to the test year in a future rate case. And they've just done it earlier than they might have done it. They might have done it at some point between now and, but since they're already starting the, they could have done it between now and the next rate case, but since they're already starting the to spend money on the GIP at this point, to me, it makes sense that they would go ahead and request it now. It's somewhat similar to the event when you have a major storm. When they ask for deferral, they don't know exactly what the costs are totally for the storm, although they have some sort of estimate as what they're going to be, and the actual physical event of the storm has taken place. Even though we don't really have that in this case, I still believed it was close enough to that situation and to fitting within what the commission said in the prior order to make it reasonable for them to request it and for us to consider that request in this case.
Right, but in that regard, in the request here and the request before for Power Forward, in terms of the timing of what they were doing in each case, what the company was asking for, isn't it the same thing? They were asking there ahead of the spend, and they're asking here ahead of the spend.
Yes, but thinking back, I think the fact that there was not a lot of shape around what they were wanting for Power Forward they wanted a rider. And we were trying to determine, well, what's exactly going to go into the rider? And initially there wasn't a lot of, I think, framework around that. And even though we opposed the rider in general, we said that if the commission were to go forward with the rider, that there would need to be pretty rigorous and significant review of the cost that would go in as you went along. In the case of a deferral, we'll be doing that rigorous review at the time they come in and want to start recovering those costs in the rate case. I think another thing that differed, a major thing that differed with Power Forward, is the fact that Power Forward was a 10-year plan, where this is just 3 years, which is somewhat more palatable in terms of approving a deferral arrangement than 10 years would be.
So in this, in the prior case and in this case, isn't there similar testimony that regardless of our decision, the company will go forward with pieces or parts, perhaps at a different pace, perhaps at a different level, but that they would be going forward with pieces and parts of the proposals, both in Power Forward when they them up earlier, and aren't they saying the same thing?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I lost your question, or you broke up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just asking, isn't there testimony in both the cases that regardless of the commission's decision, the company will go forward with pieces and parts of what they brought in and proposed?
I think so, although I was a little concerned with their, in the testimony that they filed in regard to the commission's order for looking at the different scenarios of allowing or not allowing deferral, that they had that 80% reduction in spending included there. That raised a little bit of concern with me, and that our general feeling is that if this is something that is going to be beneficial to the consumer, and they indicate that they need to do it over a relatively short period of time, while we understand that they always have to balance in real time what things need to be done or might be of more urgency to be done for the consumers, then in general, we feel like it's up to the company to take the steps and incur the costs it needs to do to serve the consumer in the best way possible. And it's up to the commission to determine what the appropriate rate making treatment should be. It always concerns me quite a bit when a company indicates that depending on the rate treatment that the commission's going to give something, that they may or may not do it, or may not do it at the same pace. It seems to me they have the responsibility to provide the service, and if it really needs to be done, it really needs to be done. And then they need to trust the commission to determine the appropriate and reasonable rate making treatment.
Thank you for that. And then if you look, but going back to the Power Forward situation, could it, when the commission included the language that were the company in the future before filing its next rate case to request a deferral, the commission is willing to entertain a requested deferral. Could that not have also been addressing the at that point, expectation testimony that some pieces of the power forward would occur or would start occurring, they would come back in with your next rate case.
That would certainly be within the discretion for the commission to do that. In this case, we determined that we would just consider it as the plan and each project under the plan as an entity and try to determine is that single project or program, did it deserve deferral? They were inherently enough related to each other that we thought it was good to consider them as a whole and not break off different components or break it down by year, unless there was a really good reason to do so.
And if the company had already spent this money prior to filing the current rate case, could that not have been in the context of the language you quoted and the leniency language that the commission used? Could that not have could those things have not been connected? In other words, leniency because you had moved ahead and spent this money, as opposed to another request about a future program and a future spend.
It could have been. As I said, in this case, we did not think it unreasonable for them to be requesting the deferral accounting treatment before spending a lot of the money, but going the other way and requesting it afterwards would not be unreasonable either.
And so just in, I guess I'm getting at just in your interpretation and reading of the leniency that the commission was talking about, did you consider that the commission's 2018 order had something to do with timing at all, or was timing not part of your application of the commission's order?
My general interpretation was that the leniency referred to the extraordinariness, if that's even a word, of the expenditures in type and magnitude, and not primarily to the timing, although I could certainly see where it could be interpreted differently. And ultimately, it is up to the commission.
All right, just 1 minute. Might have one more. Well, and just to sum up your position, and on behalf of the public staff, if the commission approves the settlement as it's proposed, what would be the deferral standard that would be endorsed, in your opinion?
The settlement is sort of a creature on its own. We agreed to the settlement in terms of settling all of the issues in the case, and there was give and take amongst all of them. We're not generally abandoning our original position that the only ones that are extraordinary in type are the 6 programs for DEC and the 5 initiatives in DEP. We're not abandoning that initial position in terms of what we think the correct position would be without the settlement, but in the interest of settling the case, we think that it's acceptable for deferral to be approved for the expanded scope of programs that are reflected within the settlement.
Under the existing standards, as you understand it, with the extraordinary, the magnitude, the materiality, or would our decision approving somehow necessitate or mean that the commission had created some twist or new aspect to the what we call the deferral test?
From our perspective, in reaching the settlement, it would not be precedential and would not create any sort of new test to be applied on a going forward basis. It's simply an agreement to settle the case and what we think is reasonable to settle the case, given all the other issues that have been settled. I really can't put myself in the commission's place. I don't think I would want the commission to establish some sort of new standard for going into the future. But again, that, I would just have to leave that in the hands of the commission.
Mr. Magnus, were you familiar with the more recent commission decision in the Carolina Water Order that was issued in March of this year, where the deferral test was discussed?
I'm generally familiar with that. I don't recall the specific decisions around the deferral test itself, not sitting here on the stand.
Did you or the public staff, or do you have any opinion, or did anyone in your shop consider that the commission had somehow made any change in its deferral positions or the deferral test, or you viewed it as consistent with standing utility law and prior expressions of the commission?
I am not aware of anybody bringing that to my attention, and I did not feel that in general the deferrals that the company was asking for would necessitate the fashioning of a new test.
All right, thank you.
All right, questions from Commissioner Gray?
No questions.
All right, Commissioner Kleinfelter?
Yes, thank you. I want to start with really a question of clarification only. In the, and whoever on the panel can answer, I'll take the answer from whomever. In the proposed stipulation with the company in paragraph G, this again relates to the deferral for the grid improvement program elements. There is a provision that says that it talks about the period of the deferral and sets a date, an outside date, that if this commission hasn't issued a general rate case order that deals with the grid improvement program and includes it in rate base by December 31, 2024, then the deferral at that point ceases. I get that part. My question for clarification is that the provision then says, and that at that point, the company will consult with the public staff regarding beginning the amortization of the deferred costs for regulatory accounting and rate making purposes. I need to understand exactly what that's telling me will happen in that contingency. It's not telling me, is it, that the public staff will establish a period of amortization and the amortization will begin? It's not telling me that, is it? Manis, you're on mute. Mr. Manis, you're on mute.
Still on mute.
Not by my own doing. I would say that my expectation, I think the public staff's expectation, is that there would be discussions between the public staff and the company, and that we would probably bring it to the commission in some fashion as to what each party thought an appropriate amortization period would be.
That's what I thought was the case. The language was unclear to me, and I wanted to confirm that your understanding and mine were the same. The commission, in any event, would determine the period of amortization.
Yes.
That was the easy question for clarification. I want to go back to one that's a little more important to me. In the stipulation, and again, whoever can speak to this, fine. Paragraph D says and I'll read it, the stipulating parties agreement regarding deferral treatment of GIP costs constitutes only approval of the decision to incur GIP program costs. The public staff reserves the right to review costs for reasonableness and prudence.
Yes.
Got it. I consider that I am a reasonably, moderately competent a speaker of English, but I need some help interpreting what that's saying to me. If the commission accepts this provision, and so I'll ask the question, if the commission accepts this provision, and then the day comes when the company asks to include GIP program costs it has incurred in rates, what will there then be for me to decide as a commission at that point? What is left for me to decide at that point?
I think what is left for you to decide is exactly the same as if there had been no deferral request. In other words, the prudence, the reasonableness and prudence of the costs that have been incurred, plus going forward in time, the decision to actually incur those costs. If I could give an example that is purely hypothetical, but if the commission was to approve this deferral at this date, and then you go 6 months down the way, and it becomes evident that some part of this, the expenditure that's currently contemplated, should not be made. If the company were to nonetheless continue to expend money on that project, and then in the next case, evidence was presented to show that they shouldn't have continued to spend money on that that project, then that additional excess, so to speak, expenditure would be open for a commission decision to cast it out of the deferral at that point and not allow it to be recovered in rates. The only thing that this order that we would be doing here is saying we think there is enough of a general conclusion that at this point in time that these are good projects to go forward with, that we think deferral is justified as a regulatory accounting adjustment. It's not a rate-making decision, and the ultimate rate-making decision is going to be left to be subject to the same evidence and deliberations of the commission as if there had never been deferral approved.
Well, okay. If I'm in that posture as if a deferral had never been approved, and I was being asked to consider whether undertaking this program and undertaking the expenditures that were made was prudent, then one of the things that I would do is step back into time to the beginning of the undertaking, that is to say 2020, and I would ask, based upon what things look like here in 2020, was it a good idea to start down this road in the first instance? That's one of the things I would consider. Is that still an option or not?
I think the public staff's recommendation is basically consistent with the conclusion that at this point in time, or at least at the point in time that testimony was filed in this case, that it was reasonable for the company to start down this road. But subsequent to that point in time, if circumstances change, then the commission could determine that their reaction to those circumstances should have caused them to depart from the plan that was established right at the first.
Thank you for that. So if the commission accepts this provision of the settlement, then that's really the meaning of the language, approval of the decision to incur GIP program costs. At least that portion of a traditional full prudence review would be closed.
Yes, and I think that's important to understand that it is a time-constrained statement when he says approval of the decision to incur. We mean by that approval of the decision at this time to incur.
Thank you for that. Then, as I understand you now, and as I now read that provision of the stipulation in light of that understanding, then the decision the commission is being asked today, I'm now moving from the future when the request is made to put these costs incurred into rate base, or into rates, excuse me. The decision the commission is being asked to make today is akin to a CPCN decision. Is that fair?
It's probably a little more than a CPCN decision. And it's been a long time since I've read those CPCN additions to the CPCN statute that were added back in as part of Senate Bill 3. But a CPCN decision, it may, and I hesitate to answer, but I think it establishes sort of in a general sense some sort of presumption that they can move ahead with the budget that they have presented as part of the CPCN process, but it's always subject to review. But it's not the same as this deferral accounting decision because it's not going to immediately affect the company's earnings. The deferral accounting decision is going to immediately affect the company's earnings, although that effect is reversible if the commission is to decide in a future case that those costs that the company has put forward as deferred shouldn't in fact be recovered in rates.
Thank you. I understand that. But with respect to the prudency analysis here, where we're trying to decide, is it a reasonable thing to undertake this investment at all? We're making a CPCN type determination.
Yes, I think so.
And using that analogy again, in fact, I think it may be a little more than analogy. If you look at the language of the statute, this may actually fit the definition of an investment of the type that it constitutes investment in plant, utility plant that is not in the ordinary course of business. That the characterization all have accepted is that this is extraordinary. It's not in the ordinary course of business. But in the typical case, if we had a CPCN, we might have a budget. And if there were a need down the road as the project progressed to amend or modify their budget, there would be requests to approve amendments or modifications of the scope of the project or the scope of the costs. Correct?
Yes, and I think probably the Williamsons or Mr. Thomas might be able to illuminate this a little bit. My understanding is that there are, if not budgets, estimates, although I've heard them characterized as very high-level estimates of what these costs may be. And the engineers being more familiar of that capital budgeting and estimating process and probably put more meat on those bones. But it's not, we're not, I guess I would say, we are not recommending approval of any sort of budget in this proceeding.
That sort of gets ultimately where I wanted to find out. It's sort of a difference from a CPCN because we don't have a budget, and the scope of the project and the budget may vary once we cross this preliminary threshold of determination that the project should go forward. And that is different from a CPCN, correct?
That's correct, but given the fact that these projects would not be subject to a CPCN normally because they're not generation projects or not of a sufficient magnitude, if any of them would fit into a generation mold, I don't think they would.
It's not it's not the public staff's position that GS 62-110 only applies to generating assets, is it?
I would have to ask for a legal interpretation. I can't say, but I would say, what I would say here is that if the company is not required to make a CPCN filing for these investments, then they would be setting up their budgets internally, and those would normally be subject to change, even changes of great magnitude, through the company's internal process, without coming to the commission for approval of those changes, unless the commission had previously said that they needed to come to for approval of those changes.
And if I could just add to Mr. Manis's response there, I think, any expense, there is GIP expense in the current rate case and in the update. And I think, part of us reviewing those cases for prudency, as we would with GIP costs over the next 3 years, with or without the approval of deferral, is we do look at project level budgets, and we do get into the project level details, engineering change requests and project scopes and project budgets that are maybe a bit more granular than this high level budgets that have been presented in Oliver Exhibit 10. So that is part of our prudency review, and I think that this paragraph D of the settlement just says that we aren't precluded from doing that exact review, and just because the decision to incur these costs have been granted, that doesn't mean that during the course of incurring this cost, they might not make imprudent decisions that would cause us to recommend some of these costs be removed from rate base as imprudent. So I think that's, at least from the energy divisions, that's what we like to dive into when these costs come back for recovery.
Well, I thought I was following you guys, and then that provoked additional questions. So again, let's come to the end. And today the commission accepts the stipulation. And now we go down the road and we've come to the end of the projects and they're requested for inclusion in rates. Did our acceptance of this stipulation in 2020 foreclose the ability for us to sort of step back at the end of the process and say, gee, this just wasn't worth the exercise. This fell so far short of what we were hoping to achieve that it's just not worth the candle? Or have we lost that ability?
From my perspective, I don't believe that we've lost that ability, and I believe that the biannual reports that that are included in the settlement provide us and the public staff and other interveners a solid foundation to track the costs and benefits that are incurred over time with this GIP proposal, and to kind of periodically check that Duke is making these investments in a prudent manner, irrespective of the decision to incur the costs.
And if in consequence of one of the biannual reports, you said, oops, this is going off the rails, what's the mechanism? What do you do then?
I think that you would say, number one, they should stop. And we would certainly tell them that as we made that determination. Now, the public staff would probably not recommend that deferral or ultimate recovery be disallowed prior to the date that they knew or should have known that they should stop. But that date of knowing or should have knowing theoretically could be a month from now.
A month from now, it could be 2 years from now, or even 2 years and 11 months from now, or the month before the next general rate case is filed.
That's right, but it's not the point in time in which we discover it. It's the point in time which it is determined that they knew or should have known that they should have done something different.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Manis. But I guess then it's helped me understand that at least in paragraphs D and E of the stipulation, what we really do have is purely reporting and tracking. We don't have any mechanism to stop, check, and pull the plug.
It certainly will be something the public staff is looking at. Now, I don't think we say in the stipulation itself that the commission has to create that responsibility, but it's certainly within your discretion to do so.
Okay. Let me shift to another topic, and this is one, Mr. Thomas, that you touched on in your testimony and also again today. And it's one that troubles me, and I want to hear the group of the four of you give me some comfort how to get over my troubles. And it's this: I understand now what it is we're doing today in 2020. And so if the commission accepts the stipulation and we start this ball rolling, one of the things I understand is that a large portion of the benefits to be realized from several of these component elements of the grid improvement program, most especially the self-optimizing grid, will be reliability improvements. That was I correctly heard you, right, Mr. Thomas?
That's correct.
And then I heard that the vast bulk, in fact, I think the number was 97% of those improvements in reliability would flow to the benefit of commercial and industrial customers.
That is the result of the cost benefit analysis presented, yes.
And so now I'm sitting here as a commissioner looking to the next general rate case. And the company has executed as promised, as hoped for, as expected, and within the broad, as you call it, high-level estimates of what it was going to cost them. All of that has been done, and they brought forward the request to include the costs in rates. And then I say, okay, how are we going to allocate those costs among the customer classes? And lo and behold, I wake up and see that I've just been asked to approve 3 years worth of expenditures that I authorized in 2020 that have benefited almost exclusively one rate class, but under the prevailing cost methodologies in use are going to be paid for almost exclusively and predominantly by another rate class. How do I avoid getting into that trap today? Or to phrase the question differently, the discomfort I am having and what I need comfort on is there's a missing piece here in this program. This program is going to have great difficulty, in my view, passing the fair and reasonable rate test of Chapter 62 if it does not also address how these costs are then going to be allocated if they are put into rates in the next general rate case. A huge problem. No one is talking about it, and I need some comfort.
Well, I would first just say that the public staff does share that concern, and I do identify the inequities of the allocation methodologies and the benefit accrual in my testimony, and it's further discussed in testimony of witness McLaughlin. At this time, I'm not recommending any changes to the allocation methodologies of those costs for GIP. However, there is work being done across the country. I believe the Regulatory Assistance Project has been looking at different paradigms for cost allocation, particularly in light of this well-recognized imbalance between the benefits of certain grid modernization programs and the costs. So I think that is an issue ripe for discussion, stakeholder discussions, commission decision, or probing.
Understand the problem, though, to understand my problem is if today this commission accepts the stipulation and the settlement and says to the company, you have a green light to go ahead with this, and the company in good faith goes ahead with this and doesn't go off the rails with it, and then we come down to the end of the line and the company looks at me and says, Mr. Commissioner, why can't I get this into rate base? That's just not an acceptable situation to be in. Don't we have to address that now if we're going to start this process?
If I could, I don't know if Mr. Thomas was ready to respond, but I don't think we've settled the issue of cost allocation. I don't, and you can certainly probably show me where I may be wrong, but I don't think that's in the settlement. I think that's still an open question, just as we consider the appropriate amortization period to be an open question.
That's fair. You have not settled it, at least as not as I have read in the proposed stipulation of settlement. You have not settled it. But again, you understand that the risk that we as commissioner are being asked to take is that risk of an unknown about cost allocation at the point in time when the company, in good faith, asks us to put these costs into rates.
But I think that question would exist even if they weren't asking for deferral. If they just came in 3 or 4 years from now and said, here are the costs, we want to put them in rates and we want to charge them this particular way, that remains open to the commission to decide, no, it can be in rate base, but the rate design has to be done in this other way.
What would be different in that scenario is that I wouldn't have given, as a commission, the green light to the company and said, we authorize you to proceed and you can rely on that authorization.
Well, I guess the authorization, and again, I'm thinking in accounting terms, could come with that condition that either the commission has decided how it should be treated for cost allocation purposes, or the commission says we'll make that decision at the time that these costs come forward to be put into rates. And it would generally, I think, apply to the costs incurred after the next rate case and the costs that had been deferred prior to the rate case.
Okay, I'm going to leave you guys alone. I think I've gotten as much comfort as I'm going to get today. Thank you. Madam Chair, that's all I have.
All right, Commissioner Duffley.
Thank you, Commissioner Clodfelter, for asking some of the questions that I had. I'm going to have to follow up. I'm a little slow sometimes, so I'm going to have to, my grasp of the English language might not be as clear as yours. So, Mr. Manus, Commissioner Clodfelter was asking about the non-settlement of the amortization period. And so I just want to be clear that the parties have not settled when the beginning of the amortization will, when the amortization for these costs will begin. Is that accurate?
That's correct, except for the limitation in paragraph G that we would consult with it if it hadn't started by, if there hadn't been an order issued by December 31st, 2024.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I understand that these costs are not generation costs, but when the public staff makes a recommendation about a CPCN, they know what they're receiving, right? And this might be more appropriate for Mr. Thomas and Mr. Williamson, but is through your extensive discovery and analysis and review of the company's grid improvement plan request in these cases, is it that the public staff feels comfortable enough with knowing what the using and consuming public is receiving? And is that evidenced through this settlement agreement? So you know what you're getting when you recommend a CPCN for a generating plant, right? You know you're going to get a plant of a certain amount of megawatts, right? You're going to get a plant that's going to generate electricity for the using and consuming public. So in entering into this settlement agreement, is public staff saying that, you know, through your review of all of this, you feel comfortable with what the using and consuming public is going to be receiving from the spend of these dollars?
Yes, I think that in Duke's Jay Alvar's testimony, he does present fairly detailed summaries of each program. We've obviously investigated each program. I focused on the costs and benefits, so I do know what ratepayers are getting in terms of fuel savings and reduced operational costs associated with outage restoration, reduced vegetation management expenses. So I know about at least those operational benefits that have been estimated by Duke. And also I have an idea of the type of reliability improvements that customers might see. I have raised issues with these benefits that customers might receive in my testimony. I think they may be slightly overstated, but I do believe that they are real benefits and they will provide ratepayers with benefits. What I think is important is simply making sure that the settlement enshrines the fact that Duke will assess those benefits periodically. They already, as Jay Oliver testified to earlier today, they already track those benefits and are able to accurately discover after implementing SOG on a particular circuit. They can discover how many outages were avoided and how many customers benefited from that. So I think those are not necessarily in doubt. It's not as clearly laid out as, a CPCN and a single plant in one spot that we can go look at. But certainly the scope of these programs and what they are doing to the grid is been made fairly clear to us. And the Williamsons may have something to add to that. They did go into a lot of detail of those programs in their testimony as well.
Yes, Commissioner, I would say, and we did do extensive investigation about each of the programs, and I hear what you're saying, and I guess the way you put it, are the using consuming public, you're going to get a good value for this, and I think combining with what Commissioner Clodfelter was looking at in the in paragraph D of the settlement. I look at that a little bit as a backstop for this, because yes, we're not foreclosing on looking at the value that the using consuming public is going to get over this 3-year period. So we're every 6 months we're going to see through reporting what the company is doing, and as Witness Thomas indicated, we're going to be assessing all along the way what that value is, and at any point should the company either accelerate or stop a particular program. So, we've done a lot of investigating, and I think we've put some provisions in place to allow us to assess the value that the using consuming public is going to be receiving along the way.
Okay, thank you. And then going along with that, I kind of need to ask it in my own way. I know Commissioner Clodfelter went over this with you guys, but at the point in time, let's say a program does go off the rails, I mean, would you seek a hearing with the commission to make any type of determinations, or do we have to get to the next rate case and then as commissioners look backward on and make a determination as to whether the company should have known or should have known that they should have stopped spending, except 3 years or 2 years or have gone down the road? I mean, there's no provision to potentially stop the spending so that we're not backward looking, or we can do it contemporaneously when problems arise.
There's no provision in the stipulation, but normally we wouldn't necessarily have that provision anyway, unless it did fall under the CPCN statute and they were required to make updates. So I think if you wanted anything like that, it would have to be something the commission added to its order. Right now, those reports would be coming to the public staff, and we would talk to the company, and I guess we could complain to the commission about something or bring something to the commission, but it's not like you would be getting it directly unless you add that yourself.
So in E, when it says the reports shall be filed, the first of these reports, so the reports are just being filed with the public staff and not with the commission?
Tell you the truth, I didn't write that, so I don't know. I'll have to ask for someone else to clarify that.
I believe that the intention of that was that the reports would be filed with the commission, and Jay Oliver responded to some questions earlier today about the level of commission involvement in those reports, and I think that's entirely up to the commission, but we would expect those reports to be filed and available for review by the commission and other interveners.
Okay, thank you. And when you entered into the partial stipulation, what was your consideration of this range of deviation of a plus 30 to 50% increase with the SOG and the IVC programs? How does the public staff plan to handle those cost deviations?
All right, Commissioner, are you looking at the just the estimate levels, the variations in estimates?
Correct.
Okay, right. So those are there's a estimation standard out there that runs from class 1 through class 5. A class 5 is an estimate that has, basically it's at the beginning, and so it has the most variation. And as you progress through with receiving more information, estimators and project managers can tighten that up all the way to the point of implementation. So right now, the standard class level for all of the GIP programs is a class 4 estimate. So as it moves forward, it gets closer to implementation, those estimates will get tighter and their variation actually narrows as well.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. And Mr. Manus, this is my last question. When Commissioner Brown Bland was asking you about the traditional deferral test, and you stated that the second prong doesn't really apply to new generation plant, is that what I heard? I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
Well, in certain cases it could. I guess the primary driver usually is that you have a very large plant. Well, I should back up. You have a plant and its cost is very large. And typically that is what will drive a company to request deferral to sort of effectively synchronize the plant's in-service date with the date that the rates go into effect. So it's almost a given, I would say, in the vast majority of those cases that it is going to be material, and if it's material enough to drive a rate case, it's probably material and extraordinary enough to be considered for deferral.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you. I guess this is for Mr. Thomas. Would you agree with the, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but would you agree with the summary statement of Mr. Oliver that these programs will essentially pay for themselves? Based on your review of the cost benefit analysis. And
so I in my testimony, I do present the benefit cost ratio if only the operational benefits were included. And if I think Mr. Oliver is referring to the reliability benefits, the entire, what they call their direct benefits from the program. And in that case, certainly the benefits exceed the costs. But if we're only talking about the costs and the benefits that would accrue to a customer through their utility bill, the costs of the GIP do exceed those quantifiable benefits, those operational benefits for at least the optimized portfolio of programs.
okay. I mean, my sense in reading the cost benefit analysis is that there's a lot of benefits in improved quality of service, but this is not maybe a cost efficiency investment, that this is a quality of service investment. And when I hear pay for themselves, I actually think of much more of cost efficiency, putting in an LED light instead of an incandescent light, and because that's the same language that would be used for, you know, an EE or DSN program. So I'm not missing something. If you were talking about, I guess your definition is an operational cost. If I define as paying for it, the programs by themselves with the operational cost, then you would agree that these programs don't pay for themselves under that definition.
Yeah, we call that the utility cost test, where you only look at those benefits that accrue to the utility and reduce their costs. And in that case, they don't necessarily pass that cost test, and they wouldn't pay for themselves in that way through direct savings. You're not going to see some customers with lower bills after GIP is said and done.
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner McKissick.
Madam Chair, I think most of my questions have been asked and answered pretty thoroughly by the panel. So I'm not sure I have any questions at this time that have not already been addressed. I do approach this settlement with a degree of skepticism, to be completely candid, in terms of some of the information that's being shared this afternoon. And I think it's just going to take some thought, reflection, and sorting through some of the details, but I'm not sure there are questions that remain that could be answered at this time that have not been addressed by the panel. And I would like to thank Mr. Manis and Thomas and Williamson for sharing their thoughts and perspective about how the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement would be implemented. I think there's a number of things that have been raised by my fellow commissioners that I would have some reservations about, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, questions on the commission's questions?
Yes, this is Christina Cross on behalf of SICPER. I have some questions to follow up on Commissioner Brown-Bland's questions, if I may.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Cross.
All right, Mr. Manis, these questions I think are primarily directed to you. You mentioned earlier that you have a copy of the commission's rate case order issued in docket E7 sub 1146 in front of you. Is that still the case?
I don't have the order. I can pull it up on my computer. I just have the excerpt that's in my testimony. Are you referring to something within that excerpted language in my testimony or something else?
I'm not. I'm referring to something else.
All right.
Would you agree with me, subject to check, that the commission stated as follows in that order? The commission appreciates the company's undertaking to strengthen and modernize its grid and retool other systems and encourages its efforts. The commission recognizes that the costs the company has identified are substantial and that by and large, the individual projects are of insufficient length to qualify for CWIP or AFUDC before such projects can be completed and placed in service. Without a rider or an order deferring costs, the company risks an erosion of earnings from regulatory lag. Likewise, these circumstances promote more frequent, costly rate cases. Do you agree with me, subject to check, that it says that on page 148 of the order, sir?
Yes, I'll agree with that, subject to check.
Okay, so just to be clear, we're not talking about a rider here, correct?
That's correct.
And so the applicable test for a rider does not apply to what we're talking about.
I'm not quite sure what you mean when you say the applicable test for a rider. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. So you've testified at length about the standard for deferral accounting and when a deferral accounting order can be issued by by the commission. And that is not necessarily the same test or the same criteria as when the commission is considering a rider proposal. Is that a fair assessment?
I would agree. I think that they are similar. And I'm saying that without having anything to refer to at the moment that says exactly what the test or tests for a rider would be. But in terms of earnings, through deferred accounting, you're protecting the company's earnings by allowing costs to be deferred that otherwise would be expensed and go against the utility's bottom line. A rider sort of does the same thing, except it protects the earnings by providing the cash, so to speak, to the company on an ongoing basis, so that as there are changes in expenses, there will be changes in revenue received as well to offset that. So both achieve, in terms of earnings, much the same thing, but there's a difference, obviously, in terms of when cash is actually received. But I guess I would also say that just intuitively, that it is a larger step to create a rider than it is to create deferred accounting, if in nothing else, in establishing when the rider will be reviewed, how often, what sort of proceeding there will be, et cetera.
Okay, thank you. And so you testified at length about this, quote, extraordinary prong of the deferral accounting test. But you do agree with me, right, that the commission has the authority in the context of a general rate case to create different parameters and to create a different deferral accounting test.
They do have that authority, yes.
And they said as much in their rate case order issued in docket E7 sub 1146, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Would you agree, subject to check?
That
they said that verbatim almost in their last rate case order?
Are you referring to page 148 again? I've got the order up in front of me now.
It's actually the first sentence on page 149. The commission can authorize a test for approving a deferral within a general rate case with parameters different from those to be applied in other contexts.
Yes.
And so you would agree that the reason, sort of intuitively, that the commission can, in its discretion, authorize a different test in the context of a general rate case is that because when deferral accounting is allowed as part of a general rate case, it's not really a single issue rate making problem, right? Because it's being considered in the context of the whole pie. All of the issues are coming for commission decision and determination at the same time. It's not one solitary issue. It's not the GIP program being considered by itself, correct?
I think that there is a qualitative difference in the way that you described, but almost by definition, when you establish deferral accounting, you are allowing a single item to, you're considering going for single item rate making as you move into the future, because as those costs are being deferred in the future, you're not going to be doing a contemporaneous, you're not going to be making contemporaneous decisions or considerations of the other costs incurred in that same period that costs are going to be deferred. So I think you're right. They are considering the decision in the context of all their other rate making decisions, but I think it still is a decision to go down a path that implies a certain amount of single issue accounting and rate making. It's just a decision being made in the general rate case. To sort of illustrate, the commission could, at least from an accounting perspective, I don't know from a legal perspective, the commission can establish a different so-called test for deferral accounting in the context of a petition for deferral accounting that's occurring outside a general rate case. I don't think there's any requirement that it be a general rate case for them to redefine or refine or do something else to the test to whether deferral accounting should be allowed.
So then the commission's discretion is actually even broader than I just described.
I think so. I'm not going to make a legal state a legal opinion here, but it seems to me that since the commission has approved deferral accounting itself outside of general rate cases, that the commission can decide what test is appropriate to determine outside of a general rate case if deferral accounting should be approved.
So turning specifically to the company's second settlement and stipulation with the public staff, the GIP issue was not settled as a silo, separate and apart from the rest of the issues, correct?
That's correct.
There were many other previously disputed, contested issues that were also resolved as part and parcel of this same second stipulation and settlement with the company and the public staff, right?
Yes.
And without these stipulations and agreements, that would mean that these rate cases would be fully litigated, completely contested, with all issues remaining in dispute and for the commission to have to sort through.
Well, we did have a first partial settlement, which did take a number of issues out of contention between the company and the public staff, and the second partial settlement did as well. So I wouldn't say it would be totally contested and totally litigated, even in the absence of the second partial settlement. But there's no denying the fact that several issues were settled as part of the second partial settlement, and that the public staff had considered both the impacts of them singularly and the impacts of them in the aggregate.
So speaking generally here, not just specifically with respect to these first and second stipulation and settlement between Duke and the public staff, generally, without the ability for the parties to informally dispose of or informally resolve contested issues, that would mean that general rate cases would be fully litigated, correct?
Well, they would probably be litigated to a greater degree. I mean, of course, even with a settlement as between the company and the public staff, as we're seeing here, there are plenty of other parties who wish to bring up questions and concerns regarding the settlement. So it's not a panacea to shortening a general rate case, but it does mean that at least between some of the parties, some of the issues will not be in contention.
And the negotiations that took place between Duke and the public staff, without getting into those details, but the settlements represent really extensive give and take negotiations between the parties. Is that a fair assessment?
Give and take, I think, is a fair assessment. I will say that I was not as involved with the second partial settlement as I was with the first in terms of the negotiation process. So with that hesitation, I still think it's fair to say that there was give and take between the parties with regard to both of the settlements.
If you'll just give me one more moment, I think I'm done. Let me check. I think that'll do it for me for now. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, this is Jim Jeffries. We have some follow-up questions for the public staff on the commission's questions.
All right, Mr. Jeffries.
Thank you. You hanging in there, Mr. Manus?
Yes, sir.
No. All right, I'll try and make it quick. You and Ms. Kress were a minute ago, and this is the only question I have on something that wasn't specifically a commission question, but you were talking about from your mind and analyzing cost deferrals versus rider type mechanisms that at some level you believe the impact on the company was similar. Am I reciting that correctly?
In terms of earnings, yes.
Okay, thank you. But you would agree with me that the impacts on customers are dramatically different under those two mechanisms, wouldn't you?
Dramatically might be, in some cases, a bit of a stretch. I think that in terms, if you're looking at generations of customers, you're going to have a year's population of customers paying a different amount under a rider than under a deferral accounting. But in terms of the body of customers, it's going to be somewhat similar over time.
Okay, yeah, and you're talking about if you're looking at the aggregate of the utilities customers over some extended period of time, that would presumably include an approved amortization of costs, right?
Yes.
Okay, but for immediate purposes, if the commission were to approve the agreement, the settlement agreement with the public staff, there would be no immediate or interim rate impact on customers unless and until the commission approved rate recovery at some point in the future, correct?
In terms of the rates and the bills they would pay, you are correct.
Commissioner Brown-Bland asked you a couple of questions regarding your basis point impact analysis and in your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It seems like a while ago now, but I don't think it's been that long. It would be correct, would it not, that your analysis in your direct testimony was focused on the 6 programs for DEC and the 5 for DEP that the Williamsons and Mr. Thomas identified as extraordinary by type. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and the total amount of those programs was in the vicinity, the budgeted cost of those programs was in the vicinity of $650 million. Is that close?
That sounds pretty close if you're considering both companies together.
Right. And yes, and I am, and I apologize. Thank you for that clarification. That's both companies, $6 million. So the settlement added several programs and quite a few dollars to the GIP programs that are now proposed for approval by the commission, correct?
Yes.
In fact, it basically doubled the amount of the GIP and investment as compared to the initial analysis that you conducted on basis point impact?
In terms of capital spending, yes, I think that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So that would impact if you were to recalculate your basis point impact analysis, that would impact that analysis, correct?
It would impact it. I'd say it wouldn't necessarily double it. It would depend on, the characteristics of the additional programs in terms of things like depreciable life and other types of expenses that were included. So I don't think you could say it would be exactly proportionate, but it would increase the basis point impact. I think that's fair to say.
Okay. And would it also be fair to say that it probably would be by a material amount?
Generally, I find that to be a credible explanation. I can't really give you a precise answer at this point. We've gotten some information from the company in terms of the impact of the additional programs, but I have not had time to put together a similar analysis yet for all of them.
I appreciate that, and I'm perfectly satisfied with that answer. I understand that you haven't done the math to give us an exact result. But that would move your analysis farther along on the continuum of toward the end of the spectrum where the impact is extraordinary and the magnitude impact is greater, correct?
definitely would move it further along that continuum.
Thank you. Commissioner Clodfelter, and I think most of my questions are for you, Mr. Manus. I may have a couple for the Williamsons or Mr. Thomas, and I'll try to identify those, but feel free to punt if I'm asking the wrong person. I'd also invite both Mr. Williamsons and Mr. Thomas to chime in if they have anything to say in response to these questions. But if the commission approves the settlement with the public staff and the other parties that have signed on, that basically does two things, I think, and tell me if you agree with these statements. First, it allows DEC and DEP to proceed forward with the 8 settled GIP programs, correct?
Subject to check on the number. Is that 8 additional to the 6? I was trying to add it in my mind. It seems like it may be more than 8, but
It's a little complicated because the settlement actually incorporates some sub-programs that, like SOG, for example. I think initially the public staff only recommended 1 sub-program, maybe 2, but there's actually 3. So I believe it's 8 total programs under the settlement.
Well, it's a little bit of a tricky answer. They're allowed to proceed regardless of whether the commission approves the settlement or not. The question is how will they account for the costs that they spend if they proceed?
Yeah, and that, because that was actually my second point, is it tells them how to account for those, to record those costs on their books, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if the commission approves the settlement and the company moves forward with these 8 programs and uses and records them as a regulatory asset as they would under deferred accounting treatment, the commission will retain jurisdiction over the company and over its execution of these programs, right?
Yes.
And it's my understanding, and this may be a Mr. Williamson's question, but it's my understanding that the public staff will be monitoring the implementation of those programs as the company proceeds forward. Is that correct?
In general, yes, but I think I will let the Williamsons or Mr. Thomas reply.
Yes, in the settlement, we do look at having biannual reporting. So we'll be getting information from the company all along to monitor, how the program is performing and the money that's being spent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Williamson. And would you, I think it's been established on the record that the program is for a fairly limited period of time, correct?
Yeah, I believe the requested deferral period is from June of this year, June 1st of this year through the end of 2022.
Now, if the public staff sees something that is troubling to them about the way the company is implementing these programs, or something troubling in the reports of how the programs are performing, you can certainly discuss that with Duke as an initial step, correct?
Yes, through discussions and discovery, yes, we can have those conversations.
And you don't have any that Mr. Oliver would refuse to talk to you about matters that you were concerned about, do you?
I don't have any reason to believe he would not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Jeffries, I'm going to interrupt you. We've been going now for 2 hours, so I want to check in with you to see how many more questions you have. I also want to make sure that my court reporter is hanging in there. How much? Can you tell me how much longer you anticipate going?
4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
As long as my court reporter gives me the okay sign, we'll keep going. Okay. All right.
All right. Thank you.
This is Bob Page. I will probably have some questions also, but if you want to carry those over till in the morning, that's fine.
And we will do that. We'll let Mr. Jeffries get through his questions, and then we will wrap for the day. But let's go ahead and let Mr. Jeffries proceed here.
All right, Mr. Williamson, if you see something wrong, in addition to being able to talk to Duke about it, you can go to the commission at any time and identify what you have, can't you?
Yes, I'm sure that's available to us at any time to bring concerns to the commission.
And this may be for Mr. Manus, but Mr. Manus, if we proceed forward with the deferral and with the JIP programs as agreed to, everyone's rights vis-a-vis rate relief will be preserved, correct?
Yes.
And the public staff, in fact, specifically reserved that right in the settlement, did they not?
Yes, we did.
And this may be a Williamson or Thomas question, but does the public staff believe that we will have more information and be better able to evaluate the effectiveness of the GIP programs after they're actually implemented and we have some experience with them than right now?
I'll look again to the Williamsons and Mr. Thomas.
Yes, I think through the reporting that we're, there was some initial reporting set up or described in the settlement, but now we're continuing to talk with the company to push that out and to make sure we're getting all the reports and information we need to, again, monitor, to keep a finger on the pulse throughout the program history.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Two more questions. I think they're both to Mr. Manus. Mr. Manus, would you agree it's certainly not in the company's best interest to invest dollars that they can't recover, correct?
Yes.
And the commission has identified some very real concerns about how this deferral would work and how rate approval, cost recovery approval would ultimately come about. But would it be fair to say that the public staff is familiar with the categories of risks that the commissioners have identified?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, and nonetheless, you all remain comfortable with the settlement and entered into it and agreed that it makes sense from your perspective to implement these 8 GIP programs and proceed as the settlement anticipates, correct?
Yes, except I would say to allow deferred cost, and we're not uncomfortable with them going ahead and proceeding at this point to begin implementation.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
We will go off the record at this point in time. We will be in recess until 9:30 in the morning. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.